Ya lagi. Sebel banget. bawa kasih apa alat. HP masih dicas ya? Udah full nih. dipakai buat aku tuh mana aja ini misalnya ditekan dulu. Keren juga asli bro.
Hello, good morning everyone. We will begin our event in 15 minutes. In the meantime, please feel free to take all your refreshments over there. So you can just take the snacks and drinks and then we'll begin. So please help us with filling in the empty front seats first, the first row. I mean, except for the dessert one, okay? But feel free to take over. Thank you.
Password wifi ini sini dialog gue 1122. Oh 112. Oh
Saya cari kabel buat yang langsung ke lagi. di sini ini setup sendiri Mas. Itu
Kalau ini aja kamu mulai ya biar kalau jalan namanya
Ada. Nah, kalau ini kita pakai.
Pak, coba ini buat mic ya Pak.
Ini buat kayak ini.
kayaknya ini bisa
Nyampe nggak nih? Kurang ya?
Oh di HP
Udah.
Guys,
Coba. Kalau nggak ini mendingan
yang bisa di
semuanya
oh ya semuanya itu belum ada di depan yang mana dua ini ya baterai oke
jadi dimatiin.
udah mulai Mas. Gede kali kucai Mas.
Bisa pakai nih.
Udah.
Bluetooth-nya matiin aja ya.
Yang di YouTube udah masuk lewat ini soalnya. Tapi kan ini dicopot. Dicopot. Ada Mas, ada. Ada ya.
Tapi melalui ini berarti.
Radio.
Nanti pada di sini.
Di depan nih jalan tadi. Oh iya. Itu di depan tadi nyalain.
Udah masuk. Enggak, lagi pamer.
So everyone, we will commence the event in 1 minute. So please be seated or make yourself comfortable.
Jangan pakai mana. Pakai yang tadi aja. Langsung. Ini nggak.
The digital platform, in particular in terms of how people engage with the activity of activism. So I'm so thrilled and excited on what our speaker is going to facilitate later on in this discussion with us, and hopefully share a same sentiment as me. But let's not get ahead of ourselves for now. And to
Ini
help me
dicolok.
and join me in inviting Bapak Muhammad Hassan Ansori, the Executive Director of the Habibie Center, to give his opening remarks. So, Bapak Muhammad Hassan Ansori, the floor is yours. Your Excellencies, colleague friends. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everybody, colleagues, welcome to the modern Indonesia, social network and digital opportunities in Asia. It is a very honor for me. Thank you for collaborating with the center
Ya,
for
ini tadi. Ini buat langsung.
beberapa office and beberapa
Udah masuk
office
belum?
for such a different event this morning. And I'm also delighted to share my thanks to our colleagues and friends of distinguished speaker that has been with us today. Miss Lendens Karawi, Executive Director, Social Civil, and also my dear colleague,
Sama Pak.
Mas Rudi Sunanda,
Ini kan
the
dia
President of the Habibie Center.
dicabut aja kali jangan jalan double bluetooth aja kali.
the last but not least, we have this news, Arif, ecosystem advisory thing for the state, and also our partners from somewhere, Southeast Asia, our ASEAN Youth Organization. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I think today, we are on a very important topic at this end. First of all, it is not only, I think, it's not only handling contextual about social strategy. And what I would like to emphasize here, and especially in the framework of the Habibie Center, big commitment to strengthening democracy, mainly, and really, we cannot see to strengthen our democracy in Indonesia and the region. And the secondly, I think this is very timely contextual, and especially and theoretically on the framework of social movement and the resource mobilization strategy. There are what mostly people call the strategy of the public mediating. So public mediating is the how resource population, but you don't need to meet the people directly, and this is become rising importantly right now, mainly facilitated by the rising of social media. So right now, I think most of the activism, protest, and social movement very much thankful to the rising of social media. But we need to make sure that people also, especially youth, they are very eager and willing to use social media. They also have space, safe space, and resilient space, and especially under the digital authoritarian, where the government right now very strongly use any kind of technology instrument. Something, express the aspiration on the social media, the digital activism. One more important thing I would like to highlight here is that the social movement through digital activism, it has become important, especially for us as the unconventional political participation, and mainly as the check and balance. And this is without, and this is the thing that we still optimistic about our democracy, where still we can have more freedom still in the digital space. Without this, I don't think most of us still quite optimistic with our democracy right now. And especially we can see how the our parliament, which is an executive, which have the super big coalition. So we don't really rely on the check and balance between our parliament and executive right now. So we much, I think, need to rely on the our youth that are active in digital activism. So for all these reasons, I think the Habibie Center will provide the support, and very happy to have this event just to make sure to raise you know, awareness, our commitment, and collective commitment to make sure that we go stronger and more resilient during our aspiration and express our critique and check and balance to our government, not only Indonesia but other Southeast Asian government. So thank you again and wish you a very fruitful and hope we can come up with more productive, fruitful insight and also important recommendation for us in the short session. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Pak Hasan Ansori, for the insightful remarks, and thank you very much for setting the tones for our today's event. Now, before we begin, I would like to invite all Pak Muhammad Hasan Ansori, all the speakers, and our moderator to have a photo session. Yeah. Thank you very much. We sit. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, my dear brothers and sisters, we are going to proceed to our main agenda today, which is the Talking ASEAN on the Solidarity Beyond Borders, Reimagining Social Movement through Digital Activism in Southeast Asia. So this is a moderated discussion which will be led by our moderator, distinguished moderator, which I will introduce to you now. So our moderator will be Dr. Rudi Sukandar. Dr. Rudi Sukandar is an associate fellow at the Habibie Center. Dr. Rudi Sukandar is also a director of the LSPR Center for Research and Community Service at LSPR Institute of Communication and Business, Jakarta. He obtained his doctoral degree from the School of Communication Studies, Ohio University, the USA, specializing in relating and organizing intercultural communication and also conflicts. His research focuses on communal and international conflict, interpersonal communication, pop culture, and also media studies. Rudy also took his postdoctoral courses, among others, included a comprehensive crisis management at Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies at the Honolulu, Hawaii, the USA in 2015. He recently also involved in community empowerment in raising inclusivity and trust through technology application, or CARITA, a program by the Habibie Center and the Caravanserai Collective to train Indonesian and ASEAN youth on storytelling and also discussion facilitation to strengthen trust, tolerance, and inclusivity. So, without any further ado, please welcome Pak Rudi Sukandar.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Mr. Naufal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. A very good morning, everyone. It's a bright and sunny day in Jakarta today. Jaksel, yeah, in South Jakarta. Hopefully that it stays that way. Otherwise, that we're gonna have a heavy rainstorm sometime in 3 or 4 o'clock. But I think we can go with an optimist take tone this morning. Uh, Welcome to our Talking ASEAN. Welcome to our talk show on the topic of solidarity beyond borders, reimagining social movement through digital activism in Southeast Asia. Quite a big topic, and then I think it's far more relevant to what we are facing today. As we live in a world more connected than ever, as a single post can inspire thousands, a hashtag can turn into a movement, flag of pirates can be symbols of movement anywhere in the world right now, posting both online and also in real life. I think if anybody's here a fan of what this, and you know what I'm talking about, I'm one of them. So we can see that stories shared online can cross border faster than any airplane can initiatives in Myanmar, and gender equality movement in the Philippines, the Southeast Asia are finding new ways to stand together through digital spaces. But then come questions such as what does solidarity really look like in this digital age? How can we foster the sense of solidarity that has no any physical touch to that? So how do online connection turn into real world change? And what lesson can we learn from the voices rising across our region? So those are the three main questions that we would like to unpack today by listening to our speakers today. And of course, to help us explore the wonderful and powerful ideas, we're joined by inspiring group of speakers, whom I will be introducing later, who have each, in their own way, lived and led through this digital transformation. So let me just call our first speaker, Mr. Yami, a content creator connecting everyday Southeast Asian life to global conversation on justice and representation. Could you move and take your seat? Next, we have Ms. Andarini Sertianti, or Ms. Arin, is the head of ecosystem at the Think Policy Indonesia. She leads the initiative that bridges the gaps between research, policy, and practice through collaboration and innovation. So her work focuses on fostering inclusive and data-driven policy ecosystem that connects government institutions, civil society, and the private sectors. I think all the three important stakeholders in digital environment now. And finally, joining us is Ms. Nandek Sekar Arum, because a executive director of Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network, SafeNet, whose responsibility include acting as the primary representative of the organization, building relationship with key stakeholders, including donors, partners, and the community, while advocating for the organization mission and goals. So, together we'll discuss not only how digital activism connects us, but how it also challenges us to listen, to act, and to imagine a region united not just by geography, but by shared purpose and hope. So I think before we start, let's just give a round of applause to our speakers today. And we're also joined not only by our participants on offline, but also online. If anybody who wants to ask questions, both online and offline, can just type in, if it's online, then type in the Zoom chat, or can also do that on YouTube. Mr. Nofal? You, yeah, you can do that. If you have some questions to our speakers later, and then of course to anyone, our guest today in a dialogue way. So, my very first question to Kakak Yang. You're familiar with the word Kakak? Yang? Kakak. Kakak. It means brother, sister, so Kakak. It means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means brother, sister, so let me just start with you it means
After that, Asia, right after that. so I knew I needed to leverage that. I really covered what was happening. I felt like it was um, the struggle that I saw was a reflection of my own society, not just in Thailand, but everywhere else as well. And why it was such a popular topic to engage with at the time. I actually cannot take credit for starting the thread. I was actually someone reached out to me on Twitter and said that, hey, why don't you post about sending medical aid as well as food aid to the riders in Indonesia? And she shared with me a link. And unfortunately for her, she was not able to be public about it due to her work, so she wanted to ask if I could leverage my platform. At the time, I knew that it was going to go viral just because that is the nature of my account. And but I knew that tweeting a link would not be effective, and so I came up with a strategy to make an interactive thread, which is content that feels native to Twitter or what is now known as X. And um, I knew it was going to be popular, I knew it was going to go viral, but I did not expect that to be 75 million impressions just from my tweets alone. And after that, I believe there were hundreds of millions of impressions just from other people's tweets. So I'm very proud of everyone, and I want to really emphasize the fact that despite the fact that people consider me a digital activist, I consider myself more of a content creator who felt compelled to um, engage with the politics in Indonesia um, because I believe that um, I mean, I'm calling out Grab here, it's the democratic state, so I'm hoping I'm able to allowed to say this, but they are responsible for also suppressing the wages of riders across Southeast Asia. And despite the fact that they, through their technology and through their platform, we were able to send aid to the riders, we also need to acknowledge that the design of our system, the contradiction is inherent within the system. It's not that contradiction exists, it's that the system is contradictory by nature. And so I really wanted to say that publicly, just so people are aware that I understand the limit of Grab. Anyway, moving on. I I actually got a help from an Indonesian cybersecurity professional who, oddly enough, went through my tweets and were like, hey, you have personal information that could actually get you tracked down, could get you doxxed, and so why don't we work together and come up with some sort of way to protect your privacy a little bit more? And I know this person online, I'm familiar with his work, and I was very grateful that he helped with information about my family, about me, where I worked, uh, where I went to school, my family details, and having that type of support was very important for me. Unfortunately, as some of you might know, that didn't end well for me. Um, but here we are, and yeah.
Okay. Is there any what is it negative response to what you did during your the initiative that you did during that some of the activism that you have already done?
My previous work, I believe with the nature of social media, especially platforms like X, which is where I am most active on as of right now, there's always going to be negative feedback from, and we don't know where these negative feedbacks are coming from. And it's not our job as content creators to try and dictate what people say, what people do. All we do is focus on ourselves and our content and making sure that we're spreading the right information. Right now, we're existing in a really weird time in the digital space. You know, for the past decade, actually, we have seen this quiet rise in far-right propaganda initiated, created, and spread by individuals, not just by like me. And traditional media for the past 10 years has done a really bad job at countering these online content creators and the propaganda that they're pushing.
And so when you have people like me who are engaging our audience in a different way and making sure that there is some sort of uh, correct information being spread, of course that may ruffle some feathers, but I just consider I don't pay attention to that. No.
Okay. Now, being coming from younger generations, I think you X or Y? Okay. Gen Z. Okay, Gen Z. I am X. Sorry, guys. I'm just thinking about everything. What is it from the perspective of the Gen X? So you're Gen Z, and then how would you what is it make sure that the digital activism is also adopted by, especially from your experience by Gen Z?
I'll speak from a perspective of being a content creator myself. Um, I believe that content creators need to be a part of almost like a people's collective where we are able to be held accountable, not just for spreading misinformation, but also for example, putting forward proposals that were not completely consulted with other, whether it's worker unions or student unions or whatever. Um, I believe there are limitations to being a content creator. We need to be integrated into a proper communications network for sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
But we'll get to that later by asking our speakers about how the new generation, because we're talking about digital space and how young people, especially Gen Z, can reclaim that from whatever dominating voice that has been around for decades now. Let me move to Ms. Arin. So we're talking about digital activism as a new catalyst for policy making, public awareness, and global solidarity. So, how do you think digital activism shifted the landscape of civic engagement in South Asia?
Oh wow, what a huge topic to
These are big
tackle.
questions, but we could go to any directions.
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Arin, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm from Think Policy, and our goal is to improve the public policy and also the policy making ecosystems. And one of the ways is by lowering the barrier to participation, honestly. So civic engagement is included in that. So I think the way digital activism has changed the landscape of civic engagement, especially in Southeast Asia, can be divided into three main pillars. The first one is the public awareness, the second is the participation itself, and then the third one is in terms of government accountability. So first, the public awareness. So of course, all the memes, the hashtags that you see, all the movements that you see online, they're not just there for fun. They're not just jokes. They're actually lowering the barrier for you to be interested in political issues and policy issues that you might not otherwise would be interested in. So in a way, those hashtags, those memes become sort of a like civic classroom by itself, an online civic classrooms, and they often don't just stop at like compressing the complex issues, but they also translate it into what can you do next. Just like what you did with Seedlings and a lot of other digital activists or content creators, they actually have some sort of call to action. So a lot of the youth in Southeast Asia, they don't just post things, but they actually start to organize. And that brings me to the second pillar, that is the participation part. So I think civic engagement in Indonesia, at least, because that's what I'm most familiar about, has been really low. Whether it's because of the widespread distrust, institutional distrust, whether it's because of the corruption or the rampant repression that we're seeing today. But I think digital activism makes it, in a way, friendlier for people to start caring, to show that they care. And it also shows people, it opens their horizon to like different pathways that you can actually pursue if you want to participate, whether it's in the political part or the policy making part, the more technocratic part. we at Think Policy, we had focused in our first 4 years rather on the technocratic part. But then since the election, the general election in 2024, we started also our political education campaign because we realized that we cannot like isolate between the two, the political and also the policy making part. So in a way, digital activism has expanded participation as well, giving different types of forms of participation. And then the last one, which I think is the most interesting one, is it also shaped the accountability for the government. Because Indonesians, we know the viral-based policy making, and we often joke that the government in a way tests the water first before it actually enact or plan for certain policy or bill. So if there is a public protest, public scrutiny, they will either just like stop it or they will create some PR facade and they just continue it. But in a way, they still respond to it. But now I think the next question would be how do we keep all this momentum and how do we bring all this digital activism and the participation that now has escalated in a way into something that's more meaningful, something more institutional and sustainable.
Okay, so boomers are aging. Gen X is about to age. Gen Y has been around, and then we look at that more on the Gen Z. So my question is more about, since we're talking about digital activism and how can we invite the participation of, I think because of the demography bonus that we have, that we got it's an increasing number of Gen Z in terms of let's say being active both in their lives, professional life, but how can we invite be more active in, like I said before, reclaiming this digital space because it was polluted by anything that the previous generation did.
I'm Gen Y myself. I'm a
Okay.
millennial. I'm not part of the Gen Z, so I won't speak on behalf of the Gen Z in
Okay.
the room. But I'm just going to share what we did through our previous digital platforms and the current one. So I think policy during the election period 2024, we partnered with our partners and co-initiated with Jamamili, which roughly translated to English as Vote Wisely. And we realized that a lot of the first-time voters are Gen Zs, and we speak different language. Because at that time, a lot of us, I think, policy were Gen Y, like myself, or millennials. And we realized that we don't want to create cringe contents, like the way the boomers sometimes they want to create content and they want to appeal to Gen Z, so they create content that looks like Gen Z content, but it's actually translated by the boomers themselves. And yeah, as Young said, it has to be organic and it has to be like genuine. It has to come from the Gen Z themselves. So we started working with Gen Z developers and also Gen Z content creator. And the call to action is as simple as if you want to vote for um, someone or a certain candidate, you have to actually have the right framework to know. So we're not asking people to vote for a certain candidate, no way. But we're telling them, hey, these are the frameworks. Because a lot of the Gen Zs and the young generations, Gen Y included, a lot of my friends too, we are dealing with some type of helplessness that might lead into apathy if we don't act on it. So we realized that we have to make it as friendly and simple as possible for people to access politics. So that's what we do in Bijak Memilih. We work with a lot of content creators too, and we're trying to do the same now. Now that the officials have been elected, we have our Bijak Memantau or Monitor Wisely platform and also translating it into the movement. But I think what I'm going to say is the keyword here might be bridging gap. So you have to bridge the generations, Gen X, Gen Y, and also Gen Zs. They all have different characteristics, preference to maybe different risk appetites to the Gen Zs now. They can be more active in social medias because let's say they're still in schools and they're pretty much protected. But Gen Y, you might be already working. And some of the workplaces, let's just say, not that supportive maybe for some sort of type of activism. So they might need to be like a little more cautious. So we have to take into account about that. But I think it's bridging about the generations and actually work with them. And other than working with different types of generation, I think I totally agree with what Young mentioned earlier about working with the let's say the labor union, the other types of NGO, civil society organizations that have worked even way longer and started the fight way longer and still are fighting for the causes to amplify their voices and to actually translate and attract more audience through the different types of objects and means. So basically, I think the key word here is to just bridge and convene the different organizations and the different generations.
Thank you, Marina. You just touched a very important thing that is related to how we have this intergenerational dialogue between whatever generations that we have right now. Because speaking from my experience, for example, Gen X is the product of this desensitizing politics. So we were what is it? We were trained, we were educated not to be much more interested in politics. And then has created a more empathetic generation in regards to politics. And then also we look at into how at the time the regime was quite different from what we have right now. And then that goes to my next question actually to Ms. Nandan, because we just talked about what is really happening, what has been happening at the grassroots level. But let's just go ahead and go to the more macro perspective on, especially on coping with popular demands, whether government's adaptation or strategies in the face of digital activism. So my question is, I know it's quite big, and then hopefully then we can shed a light on how the governments in Southeast Asia are adapting or repressing digital activism. So you can go to either directions, whether or not you want to talk about something with a more optimistic tone, or the thing from you, what you have done so far, or much more on the repressing side. Comes your silakan, Mbak.
Okay, thank you, Mas. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Nenden from Station, the next organization actually based in Denpasar, Bali, but I'm staying in Jakarta. So we are working to promote the digital rights. So we believe that all the rights that we have is actually extended to the digital space because, like decades ago, people tend to differentiate our life in the physical space and also in the digital space. But we know that now the line is blurred, right? So everything happens in the digital space, we are also affecting everything on the physical space and vice versa. So we promoting that we Gen Z, Gen X, anyone who working a lot with online space or digital space also have the rights that we need to protect and to reclaim. So, for example, actually we have the rights to access to the internet. So when we experience something like internet disruption, internet throttling, internet shutdown, it's kind of like rights violation. And then we know that we have the right to express ourselves and the freedom of expression. And then when our voices is like censored on the digital space, our content taken down in the social media is a part of the rights violation as well. And then the last one is actually the right to music on the digital space. So when you start to feel anxious, start to feel scary, afraid of anything happen on the digital space. So your rights to feel safe on the digital space is also protected. So when we see who's actually behind this violation, I mean, like you already asked the question about how the government react or responds to the situation of the digital activism. I can say they it's really adaptive and agile actually on how they use the technology, use the newest digital sophisticated thing. But unfortunately, we can see it's not for our goods, not our public goods, but mostly for how they're trying to repress our movement on the digital space. So maybe we can see what happened in Indonesia, and I believe in the other Southeast Asian country because we know I mean, like beside the solidarity between the people, we know that the countries is also copying each other, right? The state is copying each other, but mostly for the bad, for the bad example. For example, we have this ITE law. This is like electronic and information and electronic transactions law. How it's supposed to be like protecting us in the digital space, but it's tend to be used to weaponize it as the tools to repress our voices in the digital space. And maybe in Thailand, maybe you also familiar with the Leste Majesty law in Thailand, right? How if you like insulting royal, and then you can be jailed like multiple years actually, right? And it's also happened in Indonesia. And then this is something that we can see the risk of for us when we are doing the digital activism is not like detained and arrested. Like our friends, like young activists in Indonesia, more than hundreds now it's like detained in the police office, and then this is something that we should see as a risk when we are doing the digital activism. So I'm not trying to like discourage everyone to do digital activism, but I'm encourage everyone to know the risks when we are doing this kind of like digital activism, because like actually like Mas Ansori mentioned earlier that now like we are tend to the digital authoritarianism regime. So the authoritarianism now is in the digital space. So yes, the first one is about the legal and regulatory efforts. How the state use the regulation as a weapon to silence the dissent, to silence the criticism. So that's the thing. And then the other one is about the platform pressure and content liberals. On how actually the state, the government have the authority to ask to the platform, digital platform to take down any content, or even they can ask the data, who's behind the account, for example. So I'm really glad when your friends reach out to you and then help you to like doing this digital detox to ensure that your data is like not on the social media, because this is something that really risky, right? Because in Indonesia, like even though you are not exposing yourself, like anyone can do that, and doing doxing or like exposing your personal identity without your consent, and that's really bad. And then the platform pressure from the state is also another problem. And then surveillance, whitelisting, and also the cyber units. In Indonesia, we have the police, cyber police, and then they are doing the monitoring on the social media, and then they can as easy like snap you from your I don't know anyone in Indonesia, and then arrested you, and then take you to the police office to questioning you what are you doing on social media. So because we have this, the first one, the regulation that actually really multi interpretation, like it can be interpreted like as you wish, as for the police, for example, because like they have like a very vague clause, for example, like a definition, right? We have no clear definition of what is actually like, for example, like harmful content that causing like public unrest. We don't have any really clear definition about that, and it's I mean, like those kind of like regulation is that really is really not used by the government actually to ensure that they can use it as something that can be used. And then as I mentioned earlier about the connectivity control and the black outs for the digital space. So this is something that if everyone here remembers about the internet shutdown in Papua, we can see how the government is actually have the power to do that. I mean, like they can swipe cut of our internet as that. So we should remember that we should know that those kind of power is supposed to be, like scrutinized on how they use this power, right? So, and then we should not. It's also the risk when we doing the digital activism, because maybe we won't see the internet shutdown as big as in the Papua, because actually the civil society have already pushed back, and then we sue the government in the court, and then we won, and then we know that the government will not doing it again, but they are not doing it subtle. Yeah, really soft. I mean, like if you are doing the protest on the street, maybe your internet will be, kind of slow, and then you cannot send anything to the social media and all like that. It's not something that we can see. It's like kind of like internet disruption that we see. It's really, really possible to do that, to do by the government. And then maybe the last one is actually the co-optation and pro-government online campaign. So in Indonesia we have buzzers. I don't know if you already attacked by buzzers or not, but the propaganda, yeah, we can allegedly say it's like state claim, because mostly the narrative is like really pro the government, and then on home they are also trying to control the narrative, right? So I don't know if everyone now hears that the government have in Indonesia, yeah, and I believe in other countries in Southeast Asia, they have the kind of like program or anything called DFK. DFK, disinformation, fitnah dan kebencian. Disinformation, apa fitnah in English? Slander and and head speech, kind of like that. But who's actually can define the content, if like refer to the apple or not, is only government. So they can really control all the narrative on the internet, and then they can just like just state your content is actually part of the NKS disinformation. I mean, kind of like that, and then they can just arrest you. I mean, like how the situation is really bad for now in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia, because why I also mentioned about in Southeast Asia, because like I mean like I can say that like example cases, for example, like the internet shutdown in Myanmar, there's a law in Thailand, and then on how the surveillance in Philippines. Why everything is really similar. So yeah, I mean like I can say that the government now is really agile to use this technology and digital technology, but unfortunately not for the public goods. Yeah, that's for the short answer.
Okay, so we haven't seen the light at the end of the tunnel yet. So I mean, based on your what is it description, but and then is everything sounds so bleak. And then what are we gonna do about it? And then, do we have really the right to feel more optimistic about reclaiming this digital space if we are surrounded by any legal machinations on how what is it activists can be detained so easily using the legal framework that each of the countries has, especially looking at from Indonesian experience, for example, that we see a lot more things that has happened, especially if you go back to what was really happening in end of August and also beginning of September, about what really happened to that. And then I think I still got a follow-up question to that, and that is related to, but if so that means that you talk about the risk that there, yes, there is a risk. I think that is more or less the same with any activism that you do, whether it is an online or an offline activism, that you still have to face the risk, especially from oppressive government actions that try to mute or to reduce the voice of the people. So, is there any lessons that we can do as a reference, that we can use as a reference for social digitalism, that digital activisms that we can do as a like a model, or some examples that we can refer to? Ah, that one works, so probably we can do that. So, from your observations and work, then probably you can shed lights on that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I think there's a lot of like a success story about that. But maybe Arin later will also give more example, or maybe Yam as well. But maybe something that is quite sustainable until now is the Milk Tea Alliance, right? So I mean, like, I know that people that gather and solidarity and put the solidarity of this movement is like still discuss a lot of things regarding the current issues in the region. So what we can see about this movement is actually not only it's not like one time event, right? So it's not we have this movement, go to the street, and then just put go. No, but we can see how they try to make this movement is sustainable. Maybe for the first one, actually, Aryan already mentioned, like the first one is about the public awareness, right? On how we increase the public awareness, and then if actually like targeting Gen Z, we can see about the symbol actually, right? For the Milk Tea Alliance, I don't know if anyone in the room know what's the symbols of the Milk Tea Alliance. Like three fingers salute like this. So the Military Alliance have these symbols, and then it's quite easy to digest because it's like it's the difference is like to the what Hunger Games, right? Yeah. So like everyone can easily know what is actually happening behind the movement. So we see that it's really strong. It's about the transnational solidarity. So it's happened in the Military Alliance, and we also saw it on the last public protest as well in Indonesia. And the solidarity, the transnational solidarity is a really great example on how actually we can keep the fire of the spirit of the movement still ongoing until now. So how we did that, the transnational solidarity is something that we should build by intention, yeah? And then I mean, so I'm so glad that we see a lot of like support from our sibling to Indonesian protest. So I'm like with the hashtag itself, sibling is something that resembles how actually we support each other. So with the support itself, it actually make the movement is like sustained, as I mentioned earlier. And then and then something that is interesting also is about the decentralization. And some people said maybe leaderless movement because we can see when we just like multi alliance is doing that. So if we just like like depend on one leader, a very high profile leader, and then we know that it's very easy to capture him or her as a lead of the movement, and then it's, it will make the movement then like not knowing where to go when the leader is already gone, for example. So the leaderless movement is something that we should decentralize. I can say decentralized movement. So we're not only focusing on the digital aspect itself, but also on how we need to foster this movement on the grassroots level as well, on the sub-national level, on the local level. So these sparks will always be there. So decentralize and then make everything is localized is something that is I believe it will make the resistance of the movement will going strong. And then yeah, I think we need to more be adaptive, like the state, like the government, on how they can use the sophisticated technology, and then we as a civil society to do that as well. So not only on X, for example, we can like diversify our channel to other platform. And place the second one, right? So it's not easily to be, tracked or even like hijacked by any other actors.
You wanna
No,
add something? Yeah.
I do actually. I wanted to point out and further expand on the point of diversification. Um, I'll speak again as a content creator, what I would like other content creators to do. I think if there is an organized system that we can all participate in, which removes the barrier of, you know, one, getting access to information, and also say if someone if a movement in Indonesia is at risk of being suppressed, whether that is by the government or by the police force or whatever, then there is always another demographic there's always another group of content creators to rely on, whether that's in Thailand or in another country. You know, I was doing all of this all the way from London, and I was keeping up with information as best as I could in real time. And so, what I would like when I say that as content creators, we need to be placed in an organized system. What for me that looks like is safeguarding. So relying on legal professionals, relying on union organizers who have experiences, diverse experiences, and we have to also understand that social media, as of right now, is not the backdrop of politics. It is the forefront of politics. The digital space is no longer just something that politicians, they can't just wake up one day and be like, I don't really want to consider the fact that they do. That is why they do. That is why they have two options: either to suppress or to come out with a PR statement. But the thing with PR statements is we are our own PR, right? The people, the civilians. And if we were in an organized system, such as, I don't know, perhaps a policy tracker. So if I was an influencer and I saw a politician say, we are going to hold ourselves accountable, we are going to do this and we're going to do that. And then I open a file that is tracking the policies I'm, and I can see clearly whether their words actually align with their actions. And if they don't, then I know as a content creator what I have to do. And so um, allowing ourselves to become more high agentic individuals, right? Because no one forced me to speak up. I did it because I felt compelled to. I did it because I felt like it was my responsibility as a person. And I did it because I felt like the value system of the Indonesian people aligns with mine. And we have to realize that in today's media landscape, it is emotions that push content. So when I was creating content and I was making things viral, I was appealing to people's emotions, not just in Indonesia. Actually, if you look at if you look at my analytics, I think 40 to 50% of the followers that I got during the whole week, the retweets and the likes were coming from America. It was coming from Europe, and only 45% actually came from Southeast Asia. And so when we talk about the Southeast Asian movements, it's really important to acknowledge and to have access to data, but it's important to acknowledge the how much more connected we are. Southeast Asia has a huge list of really educated people. We're a very educated region, despite what our governments think of us. We're a very educated people. We're a very educated demographic, and we need to be able to pull from our talent pool. You know, like I really believe that um, Southeast Asian content creators, whether they are doing makeup, whether they're doing lifestyle, whether they're doing fashion or things that are unrelated to activism, if they can be given a platform, if they can be given if they can be given mentorship and actionable advice in real time by and being guided by people to who encourage them to post, they will surely overwhelm the authorities. You know, it's really easy to target people when there's only 100, 200 people who are content creators speaking up, but when there are thousands, tens of thousands, so we need to ask ourselves, how do we make quote unquote activism more accessible to people and not niche? And how do we normalize it to a point where content creators are not scared of being blacklisted from brands? You know, we're seeing this with pro-Palestine movement now because, you know, even at the very beginning of when, you know, Israel basically started bombing Gaza, there were only a handful of people speaking up, and they were, you know, they were doxxed, they were blacklisted, they were cut off from PR lists. However, now it is becoming culturally and politically acceptable. And so when we talk about diversification, I don't just want us to pay attention to people like me. I want us to pay attention to the massive media talent pools that we have in Southeast Asia, people who can make things go viral. They are so scared of saying the wrong thing. They're so scared of spreading misinformation. It's not that people are bad, it's that there are a lot of risk involved with being a communications worker. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
I like the way that you frame everything that we need to normalize social activism instead of having it as a niche movement, and we just basically invite everyone to be not afraid of being what is it, a digital activist. Now, as you, and talk about transnational solidarity, and then you also mentioned about the regional solidarity. So I still got some things I would like you to share with us about these. Is there any cultural references or popular symbols and digital platforms in creating this regional solidarity based on your observations?
Definitely. I think we need to start embracing content that feels native to each platform. You know, content that feels native on Facebook, on X, on Instagram are not going to be the thing. On Instagram, infographics go do really well. Just because it's a more aesthetics focused platform, everything needs to be neat. On X, it is a text based platform, and it's a heavy meme based platform. And so when, you know, I started the thread, I it was with the idea that I knew it was going to go viral. I knew that my immediate community were going to push my tweets forward. You know, that was I saw so many memes in regards to Southeast Asia, which helped actually boost my original post by the tens and tens of millions. And I think there is a commonality that we share as human beings, which is the idea of sending medical aid and sending food and actually sending organizing advice to people in another part of the world who may share our struggles. Um, you know, having sort of like that pool of knowledge to leverage on, and then having and so for me, for example, I consider what I did to be the foundation of that viral campaign. But it was everyone else who carried it because I allowed them and I gave them the opportunity to contribute. Um, and the thread is very clear. I discussed with the person who gave me the idea at the beginning to make a food campaign, and we strategized based on the wording, the advice. Um, it was designed to go viral. It was not a mistake. And so when I see these articles talking about how, you know, oh, it was just like viral and it just so happened, they don't seem to want to acknowledge um, that these are very clever people designing very clever content in order to go viral. You know, a tweet just doesn't get 75 million likes because it was accident. I was engaging in real time. I was boosting. I was also, for example, making sure that while I was engaging Indonesian citizens online, that I was diversifying my content and still engaging with tweets from America, from Europe, because I understand that we are fighting against algorithms. And I understood that as a content creator on Twitter, right? Uh, yeah, so there was a lot of symbols, a lot of memes. Um, high content to millions of people. I mean, we had someone reached out from the Vatican City, okay, who wanted to contribute to medical aid, and they were only able to do that because I posted the link on the thread. And the only reason I posted the link was because someone told me to post the link, because someone connected me to local resources that I could contribute to. Yeah. And that was done by a meme, by the way.
It's really interesting on how the cultural references and popular symbol can gather so much support from anyone, especially those who are in social media. And then I think you also mentioned about UN and you mentioned about the mobilizations of voices to sort of give pressure to anyone who's in power to make some changes to that. So my next question is actually for Mbak Arin. This is what probably can share with us success stories about when digital activism has led to policy attention, public awareness, and also global solidarity, or probably policy change.
Safety, because it shows that you care, that hey, this is my fight, that's your fight too. Like in September last month when we see people wearing pink and green, and then we nod to each other that hey, that's your fight, that's my fight too. But we don't need to put like any blatant signs for people who are probably on the lower risk appetite to also join the movement. So I think that's what's also missing with the Healthier Lives movement. But in terms of policy change, I think in Indonesia we have seen a lot of cases, especially in the past 5 years. We had the Sahkan RUU TPKS, so for the anti-gender violence law that I think was finalized and enacted finally after a decade of fighting due to the widespread online activism in 2022, I believe. And then we had the Reformasi di Korupsi in 2019 against the RKUHP, yeah, for that. And then more recent one in 2014, we had the Blue Garuda under the Indonesia Darurat movement. That's also against the sudden, rather overnight change for the regional election that was to accommodate a certain candidate. And we saw the change also overnight because citizens and also a lot of the content creators boosted the Blue Garuda visuals, also, as well as the content, because I think the success was also thanks to the clear call to action that's also centralized. And also, again, the decentralized movement and also localized contents that help people understand and relate to the issue. Because otherwise, people might not have understood the impact of the policy where it enacted at that time. But I think thanks to the education, the civil society organizations, and content creator translating it into what's native to each platform, we were able to understand that. And I think the most recent one, and actually the color of this event too in the poster, that's pink, green, and blue, were actually part of the campaign that a lot of us, I believe, were participating in back in September for the 17 plus 8 movement, which a lot of my team in Pink Policy were also part of. I think essentially what we wanted to do was create a campaign because there was just too many chaos and people were scared, yet they are tired and confused at that time, especially things were heightened after the death of Afan. There were a lot of grievances, demands pushed out by a lot of different organizations. So what we did at that time was to just encapsulate and try to capture and summarize all those demands. Obviously, we have a lot of things to improve going forward, but at that time it was as simple as trying to summarize and then compile all the points and make it in a way that's also interesting. As I mentioned before, our government is basically running on a viral-based policy-making process, unfortunately, right now. So we had to grab their attention, and in a way, the way to grab their attention is to make it as interesting, as loud, and as simple as possible. And that's what we did. But then we learned that going forward, I think momentum is always cyclical. But then when we talk about policy reform and also policy change, it takes a lot of effort, a continuous one. And convened movements from other types of groups too, so not just the content creators or some organizations or individuals. And so, yes, we have to grab the wave when it comes, but then we wouldn't just want a viral week. We want an institutional change. So we have to start for that. And what we are doing, I think, policy right now is converting the citizens and everyone that's interested into a standby citizen so that once the wave, like another one comes, because a lot of the content actually depends on momentum, right? For it to go viral, to you either create the momentum, which is pretty hard in the public policy space, or you actually grab the momentum. So what we're trying to do is convert as many people as possible into standby citizens so that when the next momentum comes, we're actually ready. The content creators are ready to push out contents. The CSO, the think tanks are ready to push out different types of information, maybe give some quick trainings or mentoring for the content creators, and then we can also convince and build bridge amongst us to create something that's meaningful and lasting to change. And then people, I think the formula for the success takes like three elements. The first one is the virality, and then the second one is actually going to the street, because I think the real noise still also has huge impact on the policy. And then the third one is actually the follow through from the momentum, or rather the institutional follow-ups from that.
Thank you, Marin. I think we see that a very famous hashtag in Indonesia, no viral, no justice. I think it's part of that is also related to what you mentioned about creating or grabbing the momentum. Now, speaking of momentum, then I will. I'm going back to Mbak Nenden about how do you think we can maximize the potential that digital activism carries moving forward?
Yeah, after my depressing speech previously, but actually, I really believe that we can maximize the potential of the civic movement. Civic movement, as I mentioned, not only the digital activism, but we should also like uh, support the local and the grassroots movement. So I think the first one is actually, I mean, like this is the main campaign of SafeNet is like reclaim your rights. This is the first thing that we need to know to ensure that people know their rights on the digital space, or even on the fundamental rights. When everyone knows about their rights and then know how to defend their rights, they will, I mean, like they will automatically become the standby citizen, as you mentioned, right? Because they know that if their rights are violated, they're ready to reclaim their rights. So that's the first thing on how we should like ensure as much as possible people know their rights. So when they are silenced, their voice silenced, they will fight back to reclaim their voices. So that's the first thing. And then the second one, if everyone's already like started ready to go to digital activism, is know your risk. So you should know the risk, and then when you know the risk, and then you will know how to mitigate and how to navigate it. When you already know how to navigate and mitigate it, you will more ready, and then you will be more confident to join the movement. So that's the thing. And then of course, when we talk from the safety and security perspective, for example, because SafeNet also built the capacity for the civil society about the safety and security, we always also mention about the holistic security and safety. So you know your rights, you know the risks, you know how to mitigate when you're doing the digital activism, but you also need to know how to mitigate the risk on your physical activism as well, and your psychosocial and well-being. This is something that sometimes we always miss, that we have the right to rest, we have the right to care for yourself, care your family. So this is something that we encourage to do. So when you're already feeling depressed, when you read the bad news from your country, for example, you have the right to rest, you know, like, and then come back stronger from that. So this is that we can see the fatigue and then the burnout is there if you have no time for yourself. And then if you know, like, if the burnout is there, this movement will not be sustainable, because people will just like cut off themselves from this movement because they feel depressed, or even like uh, they don't know what to do again, because like they don't see any uh, change changes, for example. So this kind of like holistic safety and security is something that really basic that everyone should know, so the movement will keep going, and then the movement will sustain in the long run. So because this is not something that only happen in 1 or 2 days, this movement will be, I don't know, maybe in the next decade, I don't know, let's see. But that's why we need a very long breath, we really need a very long energy to that. So yeah, this kind of like holistic safety and security is something that we always need to know for the first thing.
Okay, I think that's also related to what you mentioned about leaderless movement, that it is decentralized and then anybody can get involved in that. And the idea is that giving the authority nightmare. And I think as a part of our way to pressure the authority to make some changes to the policy, that reminded me of a term that was really famous during, I think Gen X is familiar with this. I'm sorry, guys. During the Suharto era, the authoritarian, we know what there is something called organisasi tanpa bentuk, is a organization without form. That was one of the nightmares by the government at the time, because they could not pinpoint who's actually the leader, so they could arrest them. So I think with the decentralizations on how anybody can take part in this claiming or reclaiming the digital space for digital activism to advocate for a certain kind of causes that we do, then I think it gives us a lot more space for us to just use that for our benefit. Okay, I had actually I've made a couple of more questions, but I think enough question from me so far. Then I will ask questions later from me. But right now I'm going to give time to our audience and participants and online and offline, to if you have some questions, please. I'm gonna take three first. We got one gentleman here. Anyone else? We got 2 and 3. Okay, I'll come back to you guys. I think we got quite an ample time for question from you later. Okay, please state your name and then your organization or your where you're from, and then after that, to whom your question is intended for. Go ahead, sir.
Terima kasih, Mas Rudi. Hello, my name is Ari Parikesit. I'm from Kelana Rasa. I work mainly in social media enterprise, UMKM ya. Basically with tourism, travel, and culinary. So we work with community development as well. Of course, social media is a big part of this kind of movement and business. I have question for everyone in the audience. Okay, for Mbak Nenden and Mbak Arin ya. This is related to the doxing. And if I remember a long time ago, maybe it's our time, as in the Reformation era, the risk of being an activist is getting kidnapped, murder, rape, kill, disappearance. That's the risk that time from the Orde Baru government that time. Now, a little bit different. You're getting doxxed. Your life is, your personal life and private life is tell to everybody, exposed, and you're getting attacked from buzzers, pro somebody buzzers, either it's paid or free, we don't know. I want to know from each point of view, from Mbak Nenen and Mbak Arin. From Mbak Nenen is how the social movement, this social movement is protected by the community, by the law community, by the legal community. We have a lot of cases. There's cases that the last one, probably the Del Pedro and friends, they are getting accused of having apa ya, inciting violence or inciting something that bad for the country, but actually they are only inviting people to express their freedom for the rally, peaceful rally. How we can protect this kind of youth, young digital activists, or even not only digital but also in the street. How we can make sure that they are actually protected by the community. I don't know which body who will the legal the ini. That's from Mbak Nenden and from Arin ya. And from, I think you work more like with the policy making and how the policymakers, how these individuals in the government, both national and the local district, and how they perceive this kind of digital activism among the youth is a threat or actually, as you said, is a catalyst? Or what is the position in front of them? And for Yami, Yami, I would like to know your view about digital activism, especially how you increase this kind of digital activism among the youth in all platforms. How do you want to ask them to join this kind of digital activism to do something good for the community? Because a lot of people in the youth movement, they think, I don't want to touch politics. I don't want to touch politics. I just want to make something happy. I want to review food, review hotel tourism. But actually, everything is politics. The price of coffee, matcha, yoga, everything is politics. Everything is actually politics. So how do you ask them to join your movement to do something good for the people, the community in the Southeast Asia, and also the whole world? Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Arif. I'll get to the second questions later. I just don't want us to forget the question from Mas Arif. So let me start with Mbak Nenden dulu. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you, Mas Ari, for the questions. It's actually a really important questions. That's something that we should know that at least in Indonesia, we cannot rely on the protection from the government, right? So we can only rely each other as a civil society. So it's also something that maybe can encourage everyone here in the room, because now civil society movement, for example, as I mentioned earlier, that we know the risk, we know how to mitigate, right? So actually, in Indonesia, we have communities that actually can give you some support if it comes, for example, like digital attacks, for example, right? Because like buzzers, doxings, kind of like that. There's a community that can help you and not protecting, yeah, because like actually protection is like should come from the government, but how we can like taking care of each other is something that we can do for now. So don't be afraid when you're doing the digital activism, because there's a civil society organization that can provide you with the digital security support, with the legal assistance, and then with even for the psychosocial support as well. So for example, I can mention for the legal support, you can just go to the Legal Aid Foundation in Diponegoro Road in Jakarta Selatan. For the psychosocial support, you can just go to the Yayasan Pulih or Pulih Foundation. For the digital security attacks, you can just come to us to SafeNet because we also have the incident handling team to provide some support when you expose your data exposed, or even you when you report it to the police. We also have the team that can at least support you. Maybe we are not guaranteed that you won't get this kind of like bad things, but at least you know that you are not alone when you are doing this activism. So there's a lot of like people that will help you, will support you, and then yeah, I mean like we only can rely on each one of each other as a civil society. So yeah, I can say that the protection or how we can protect it beside on how we just taking care of each other kind of that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Mas Ari, for the question. If I may add 2 points to the previous question first regarding the safety, I think one, community building is really important. Find your allies. If you want to support a certain cause and you know which organization is working towards that, you could probably approach the organization and support it. I know some people, they want to be actively involved but don't know where to start or are not ready yet, or they're not ready to face the risk. So having community, building a sense of community and knowing that you're not alone is actually pretty helpful in helping you also sustain your endurance and also energy for this long marathon that we are going through for a policy reform. And then the second one, I think, in activism, I think we understand that there is this one playbook, but there are different roles. So a one, like all or none type of approach will not be helpful, because we see that there are some of the content creators that also get bullied, for example, because let's say they are not representing certain views or this or that. But I think understanding that people have different, again, interests or maybe a risk appetite, maybe you have different types of expertise and you prefer to advocate to a certain cause and not another. That's also their preference, and we have to be able to understand and, in a way, also validate that. Okay, now it goes to the second question about the policymakers. I think what we have to understand is that policymakers is not just one entity. There are different types of lawmakers here. We have the members of parliament, the political parties, we have the executive bodies, the legislative ones, and so on and so forth. So I think they definitely note this must and they acknowledge it. Otherwise, the buzzers won't be here. They're here as a response, a very poor response by the government towards the digital activism, and in a way to also compete and obstruct it. But I think the next question for us who's doing digital activism is, where do we channel or direct this anger or our protests? Because not all things should be, let's say, directed to Senayan. There might be other or the House of Representatives, there might be other legal bodies that might be as powerful to change certain law, or maybe some can be solved in a local level. And I think that would be like the next step for us, is actually to learn. So they're definitely well aware of that. But again, even amongst the policymakers, they have different types of powers, right? You can't equate just an average civil servant with the chief of, or like the speaker of the House of Representatives. They have different powers, and so I think if we want to be strategic about our digital activism, we have to also understand which stakeholders we are targeting, and maybe we could then also tailor the types of content and the types of advocacy depending on certain the very particular stakeholder too. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. So your question was about how can I influence people like myself to contribute to social movements, to civil rights and other stuff like that. I think as an influencer and key opinion leader, and even before I was creating content on Twitter, before I used to have a TikTok that was very popular, and despite the fact that my TikTok was, very influencer as with food, travel, lifestyle, and stuff like that. I always made sure to lead from a place of example. I've been in the volunteering space in London for several years. Actually, ever since I was at university, I've just always felt compelled to contribute, and that's because I had older seniors at school who would contribute to, the East and Southeast Asian Center in London. I have friends who organize for Palestine in London. So all of the marches that you see, those are people I consider to be my peers, also in Korea, in Thailand. So during the workers' campaign that we helped started, there was contribution from Thammasat University students as well as Chula University students, and they were only able to um, many of them reached out to me because they were artists, they were academics, they were organizers. Some of them were in economics and business. People whose domain you don't really associate with activism, which is why I like to really place emphasis on the fact that this is a space for all of us. If you want to live in a country that provides you with economic opportunities as an economic student, as a business student, this has got everything to do with you. It's not just, for like the woke mob. It's not. It's for every single person to contribute. And so how can I influence people? I feel like you just have to lead by example. You have to contribute in your local community. So wherever I find myself, I'm in Thailand right now. I'm trying to find organizations that align with my personal value system. It's only been a month since I've lived in Thailand right now, so I haven't been able to find any. But I think find your community, get educated, understand the logistics and the difficulty of the difficulty with organizing in your local community. Find out who has experience, get involved, and I will leave this. I will leave my answer with one last line, which is the solution to stagnation is movement, right? When we feel like we're in a place of stagnation where nothing is happening, we're not being given actionable advice by our political leaders, and there's no one to turn to but media figures, or even better, our in real life local community leaders and our peers. We have to really lean on that. Um, the the digital world is nothing but a manifestation of the real world. So just remember that the stagnation can be cured by movement, organizing, talking, um, and just getting things done. Yeah, because then whatever you record, whatever camera you place in front of yourself comes off as sincere. It comes off as real, and people are able to see result, which was why the workers' campaign for riders managed to do so well, because there was immediate gratification. People are so sick of not having solutions, not having any outcomes being produced, and so seeing thousands potentially of orders going into Indonesia to help really hardworking, normal people is a relief. It's encouraging, right? And it's movement. Just keep going.
Okay, thank you. Like tuna fish, tuna will die if he doesn't move. So keeps moving. Okay, we got to the gentleman on my left. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Radi from the Jakarta Post. I want to ask each of you a question, if that's all right. So for Yami, I'm one of your recent followers because of the protest, and I'm curious, you talking about the analytics, 75 million views, was that something unprecedented during your time as a content creator? And do you see from that point a bigger growing solidarity between Southeast Asian countries, especially in online platform? Sorry.
Well, I don't know if any of my followers are here besides you, but oh, hi.
You get quite a number. Wow.
Oh, thank you.
Handful.
I mean, I have a knack for going viral, so this is nothing new for me. However, the consequences was new. You know, I consider myself a very private person. I rarely post about my family. I rarely post about my friends because I care about them so much. But to answer your question, um, I did not expect to get 75 million impression on my tweet. You know, the second most viral tweet that I got was maybe like 37, 40 million. Um, but with that being said, I think it speaks to the fact that we are so desperate to produce result as a region. We're so desperate um, to do something about our material reality as workers. I consider myself a worker. Every single person in this room is a worker. Um, and so when we help uphold our civil rights, whether that's in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Malaysia, Singapore, whatever, we are showing each other what is possible. We are pushing our imaginative potential as workers to new planes. And so I am such an optimist. I am extremely high energy. I might not look like it today, but I am very high energy, and I did not get fatigued from that week-long process at all, because I felt like I was being supported by so many people. Yeah.
Oke. Ada lagi?
Iya.
Oke, silakan langsung dua-duanya aja. Oke.
For Mbak Nenden and Mbak Arin, for Mbak Nenden especially, we see recently 100 detainees still, and then Del Pedro recently losing his pretrial motion. Do you see this as a critical juncture where, you know, digital activism has been getting more clamped down, but at the same time in order to raise our awareness, we have to use digital activism to do so, because social media is used by both the government and the public. And then for Mbak Arin, I'm curious on how you see the urgency for transnational digital activism more and more, because from my end, I think despite the government's viral-based policy, there's been sort of like an immunity from the government, like more resistance toward, oh, we can kind of bob and weave toward this virality and provide a better PR, for example. So how do you see, so do you think our last resort, for better or for worse, is toward transnational solidarity, speaking more about our concerns to the Southeast Asia?
Okay, thank you. Before we get to our speakers, our next set of questions, for the sake of gender equality, then I would like to hear any question from our lady participants later. So after our third questions later, then we will give more time for you, ladies. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course. What we've seen now, Del Pedro and other our friends that detained and arrested by the police is actually the effort from the state to crack down the activism itself. So not only the digital activism, but actually what happened on the road itself, right? Because you know in the Kediri area, that's not necessarily it's all it's viral in the media, social media, but how they are arrested is actually because they are protesting the government. So it's actually on the playbook of the authoritarian regime, right? On how they are trying to arrest or attack one of our friends as an example for another people that if you're doing something or if you are against the government, you will get the same treatment, for example. So this is actually their objective is to spread the chilling effect, to make yourself to do the self censorship. So that's what they are, what the state objective to do that. So what we can do to push back is actually to show to the government that we are not afraid, right? So even though we know they are trying to clamp down the activism, but we should push it back by showing that we are not afraid. So that's the antidote on how we want to how to say to push back the state, the authoritarianism state to do to the people. So of course, and then not only for the digital activism, but for any social, not any social, actually, because it's like we are living in the hybrid situation for now, so we cannot differentiate actually digital activism or physical activism. So it happened for both.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mas Radi, for the question. I think transnational or rather regional solidarity is inevitable. Um, and we see it, especially in the past month, built in such a organic way. I wouldn't want to call it as a last resort because I think there are a lot of factors that came into play that affect how our government um, makes their decision as of now. But I think we can use it as a multi-prong approach to intensify our pressure towards the government. So yeah, let's just say you want to attack an enemy, then you can attack it from different sides, right? So we could use the transnational or the regional solidarity for that too. But I think what we also want is a solidarity that is genuine, that is sincere, that is organic, not a fabricated one. And I think if you meet any Southeast Asian out there, we very easily bond with one another. We have similar types of jokes. We also have similar grievances, frustration towards our governments. And that also has translated online. So I would say, why not build a stronger transnational solidarity? But not let's not call it a last resort for the government because I believe we could improve policy reforms and work towards it from different paths, including that one too. Thank you.
Thank you, Barin. Next. Mas Noval, is there any online questions?
Yes, there are
Okay,
several.
after this.
Okay,
Okay, yeah.
okay, thank you. Hello. Okay, thank
Silakan,
you so
Mas.
much for your time and speakers. I have a couple of questions for, I think all of the speakers can weigh in on this. But for the first question, you said before that social media is the forefront of the political contention of today. Digital space has become the public space. But what about the corporations that run it? Especially for Yami, as a content creator, do you feel like do you have to dance around the algorithms and the corporate control of Twitter? As we all know, Twitter is very right-wing space. There's a lot of Nazis in there. So, how do you navigate that as someone who have progressive politics and you have to be concerned about your own safety as a content creator and as yeah as someone with their personal lives? How do you navigate that space? That very I think a very space that's inherently bad for you. Um, One second.
Next.
There's also.
Mas siapa tadi, Mas? Namanya belum
Oh yeah,
bisa.
I'm very sorry. I get too excited. I'm Avicenna. You can call me.
Abisena,
Yeah,
okay.
Senna. I work with Mercy.
Okay. Silakan, Mas Abisena. Next question.
Next question, and then to the yeah Mbak
Nenden.
yeah
Nenden atau
Nenda.
Mbak Arin?
Mbak Nenda dulu.
Mbak Nenden.
From SafeNet. Tadi. I feel like that uh, it's related to the increasing corporate world of our internet. Our internet is no longer the public space that was once dreamed in the 2000 eras. That was dreamed as this international network to be free to be ourselves. But it's incredibly maybe you have people have heard the term incentivization of the internet. It's overrun with ads, it's overrun with corporate control. So I would like to ask, especially for someone who works with internet safety on a more technical level, is it possible for us, for civil societies, for individual people, to build an alternative uh, internet space that is free and safe for us, but also have the same outreach as traditional social medias?
And
And
for
yes,
so
I think,
Mbak
but
Ari.
also I think,
Oh,
yeah,
same question.
all speakers, I think, may weigh in
Okay,
on this.
all
Yeah.
right.
Also, for my last question is about the. I think there's a contradiction when we say that this is on the digital activism is a leaderless movement, because if we were to reflect on our experiences in Indonesia, there, there did some figures, that some actors that did pop up as leader figures organically. Uh, we can see Bareng Warga and then Afutami and the 17+8 movements. Those are figures and I think objectives that organically form and have specific initiators. So I don't think it's entirely accurate to say that this movement is leaderless, but it is still decentralized. But there, here comes the contradiction. We want to say that I think the most ideal form of movement is a movement that every single person that is involved in it have the same level of consciousness, class consciousness, so a social consciousness too. So we have our own grievances, we have our and we understood it completely, holistically. Uh, but I I know that in the especially in activism, not everyone has that privilege.
And question is,
Yes. And the question is, Yami has said before that he worked closely with organizers and union leaders. So the question becomes, how can we how can we um, interact interact with these union leaders and organizers more openly, so they can be the one who at the very least initiate. They don't need to be the leaders due to their personal safety, of course,
mm,
but how can they interact more with the more public
okay.
masses?
Thank
That is
you,
all.
Mas
Thank you so much.
Abisena. Yam, want to start?
So I'll answer your question about how I navigate social media and all of that stuff. I truly believe that content creators, effective content creators, are adaptable and they are expert communicators. What social media looked like 10 years ago is not what social media is going to look like in 10 years' time. The internet infrastructure is going to evolve, and I truly believe with the next phase of the internet that we as individuals are going to have a larger um, influence on one another. Rather than relying on apps like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, it might come down to us having almost like our own page, our own store. Um, Now, that type of infrastructure will either allow for mass misinformation or it will allow for really progressive key voices to emerge from. It's probably going to be both. But how I choose to navigate social media as of right now in 2025, when it comes to digital activism, is I don't think about it from the perspective of if I speak up, what is going to happen? What is going to um, what am I going to get from this? I speak about it from the perspective of how can I contribute to a larger conversation, and how can I, as a micro individual, highlight macro structural issues. Um, and so when I think about it from that way, and I reflect upon, you know, the month when, as some of you know, I was fired from my job, not directly related to Indonesia, but because of the virality of my account, there was no doxing needed. I was working for people whose values did not align with mine, and as a consequence of that, I was dropped. But I don't regret what I did, mainly because I feel like when you are protesting, when you are organizing, there is going to be something that you lose. Progress requires sacrifice. It is like a negotiation. When you go into a negotiation, you don't think about how, oh, I want to get 100% of my point, and I want the other person, the other party, to accept everything that I have to offer on the table. Um, Progressive movements are always like that. We have to compromise and we have to be adaptable. And as content creators, we have to have that type of grit. We have to be tenacious. Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Nenden?
Yeah, about the alternative internet space, I can say that. Yeah, actually, this is something that now is on progress. So there's a lot of like technical community that trying to build a new social media platform, a new chat platform, for example. This is something that happening right now. So I believe we can have this safer, secure internet space or alternative internet space, but it takes times because like right now everything is like capitalized. There's have a lot of resources. The tech oligarchs have a lot of resources to make people addicted to their platform, so it's kind of hard for them to move to alternative platform, for example. So I believe that this alternative space will growing proportionally with the number of people who are aware of their rights and their safety, for example. So is it possible or not? Yeah, I believe it's possible, but it takes time. So we need a support from everyone to tell your friends, your peers about their rights, about their safety, about how the important for us to move to the alternative space that's safer and secure for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Masena, you raise an interesting point, but I will say that it's not contradictory, but rather it's a foreign concept to us, um, the leaderless movement. And by the way, another alternative for that is actually the leaderful movement, where you have individuals with high agency, organizations with high agency, that they represent themselves, they lead for themselves. And that's what we are striving for, I think, regardless of the naming. But I think why it feels so foreign to us, because in Southeast Asian culture, or maybe specific to Indonesia, we have a rather like top-down collectivist approach in types of movement. Previously, we'd always appointed a certain individual as a leader for this movement and labeling them, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are so used to. And that's what the media are just so used to as well. So let's say in the 17+8 movement, we were asked all the time, who is the leader? And we cannot really say that we don't have a leader, because they kept pushing us the same question: where's the leader? Who is the initiator? And no, we don't want to pinpoint this movement to a certain individual, because it is a movement that is supposed to be owned by many, by all of us, maybe in the room too. So I think that's also part of the political culture that we aim to address and maybe change. And change is not always easy, and it might feel foreign to us. But I also believe, just like any types of culture, the political culture is not also unmalleable. Like, we can actually change it and reform it into what we believe would work better for our generation, because our generation also has been passed down a generational trauma of having certain activists that ended up, becoming part of the oligarchs or part of the oppressors, and we do not want that to happen either. So what we are aiming and striving to see is a more high agency individual, informed, educated individual who can get involved and keep moving.
Thank you, Marin. I'm going to steal that leadership and leaderful movement for my class discussion next week. I have a leadership class, so I'm going to use that as a case. Mas Noval, question
Yes, Pak.
tadi? Go ahead,
Hello.
silakan.
Hi. So we have actually several questions from our friends joining online, both Zoom and YouTube, but I think I will deliver one for this round. So it's the questions coming from Deanita from Zoom platform. She asks, in the height of the digital activism, I see many examples of these people who speak up about important issues, especially about the government, for example. I find that the police or military personnel or government officials try to file a lawsuit against them on the basis of degradations upon their institutions. So, what can we do to avoid this? How can we navigate this? So, yeah, I think.
Mbak
Thank you.
Arin, mau duluan? Mbak Nenden? Oke.
Yeah, how to navigate the risk. So actually, as I mentioned earlier, that's the risk when we are doing the digital movement, right? So what we should do is like always knows your rights, that you have the right to express yourself. So when you are arrested or targeted by the police or by the authority, so they are already violate your rights. So when you know they are violated your rights, so you know actually what to do. The first one is actually that I mean, like, yeah, it's not ideal, but at least you should have the contact, the emergency contact to the public legal, or at least for in Indonesian context, you have to know the numbers of LBH or legal aid foundation. They have these numbers, so when someone trying to report you to the police, you just call them, and then you will get the legal advice. And then, of course, after that, you should like protect your account, increase your digital security, change your password, and then screen if you happen like share your personal information, just delete it, because to mitigate if there will be another attack, not only sue you to the police, but maybe they uh, hire buzzers to dox you. So you need to mitigate by, like minimize your digital footprint. So that is the most simple one. But if you already have now the emergency contact, I believe like people will support you, will help you, and then will give you a lot of advice and any other recommendation to ensure that you will feel more safe and secure after you know that you are not alone.
Mbak Arin? No, no. Okay, good. Thank you. Let me invite the ladies if you got some questions. We got one. Anybody's from the swing? No? Anybody else, ladies? Okay, I got one more. Go ahead. Any gender. We got, all right, so we got one. Okay, she said that I got 5 minutes left. Go ahead, Mbak. Silakan name and question to whom.
Okay, my name is Joanne and I come from Yayasan Swadaya Pendidikan Noetoko from Timur Tengah Selatan. So what I'm doing there is we are vulnerable people and the electricity there just they just got electricity in 2022. My question is, how do we keep the optimism of this activity movements while they are like completely vulnerable and depend on government? As you already said that we cannot rely on government, but they are heavily rely on government, and the whole system, they are like they have to become like sopan santun and patuh and so on, and like very uh, polite in the terms of we cannot do like loud activism. So what is the possible way to keep this optimism? Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Joanne. Silakan, Mbak Erin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think you touch upon 2 points here, and that's the people in the vulnerable areas, and then how we could keep their spirit up. I think that's the question, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think, especially in the Indonesian cases, people in vulnerable areas um, are more prone towards pessimism towards the government, and rightfully so, because they are often situated, or like the community are based in locations that are prone to environmental degradation thanks to all this extractive economical practice that we're doing right now. Um, and I think the lack of internet access, even phone, and access to information in general, makes it harder for them to actually understand what's going on in Java or in Jakarta. And that's why I think I recently visited Kupang as well, to meet the communities there. And I think the sentiment is always the policy, our policy making process, and the people involved in it are very much Jakarta centric and Java centric. And I think it is part of our fight. Sorry, I don't have an answer for that, and that's trying, and that's something that I am trying to address as well, by meeting as many communities as possible through Think Policy and our partner organizations. But I think the question is, how could we then not make the distance from people and the government even further in those areas, because one, they're very pessimistic because they see by with their own eyes that their lands are being taken from them, and that their rights are being violated. And a lot of times when they say there is a lot of economic opportunities that the government want to bring in, it doesn't actually benefit the local people there. I think the types of fight in the urban and rural areas are very different. And I think what has been successful in the urban space, or the urban digital space, might not directly translate into the rural communication space. And I think probably that could be the next step for us, is how to translate this movement and maybe localize it into the cultural context in the vulnerable areas, especially by working with the local communities as well, because we don't want to repeat the same pattern that the government has been doing with a rather Java-centric approach. Yeah.
Thank you, Mbak Arin. Yeah. Anything else about the vulnerable people?
I believe this is out of my domain expertise, so it's respectfully declining the question. I think that's
Okay.
really important as a content creator to do.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually, as us more privileged, but other than the vulnerable community, actually we can use our privilege to advocate them. I mean, like, we can like, I mean, like, as you mentioned that there are lack of the electricity or the internet access, so we should push the government to fulfill their rights. So maybe we can start from the, yeah, maybe Jakarta centric one, but we bring their voices, even though it's supposed to be they represent themselves, right? But we can use our privilege at least to speak up, and then to make people more aware about what happens on the vulnerable or in the rural or remote area. So maybe that's the additional answers about how we should like support each other. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess one last thing before I close the session today is any closing statement? Or you just shared just everything? Anybody wants to make a closing statement? Okay, Yam, go ahead.
I just want to repeat the last sentence I said again, which was there's no such thing as stagnation. There's no such thing as, what is happening, if you look back at 10, 20 years ago, certain policies were not even like alive. They were not even movements. So please don't feel pessimistic. Please don't think that you have no power. There's so much power in just talking to your local community leaders, talking to your peers, and staying really educated. Education is going to be key, and it's going to drive us forward in the next 10, 20 years, you know? Just keep going. Please don't stop. Yeah, it's very generic, but people often do fall into this trap of what can I do? What is there to do, you know? There's so much to do. So much.
Yeah, sure. I recently got into running, so I'm just gonna use some running term. But basically, policy reform is a marathon and it's not a sprint. So it's the long road ahead. And if you're training for a marathon, you have to train yourself really hard. There are days when you don't feel like it, but you still have to. And that's the same thing with activism. And people have different training styles. So you have different. I see one gentleman laughing here. Maybe you're a runner too. But people maybe have different appetite, different preference in their activism too. So if that works for you, that's great. And then as always, I think community is also important here. You can learn from one another and learn how to sustain your endurance. Refuel along the way too. Make sure that you have enough what fuels you. Maybe it's your hobby, maybe it's information, and it's okay to take some rest. It's a long game ahead, so yeah, just don't stop.
All right, Manenden enggak? All right. So let me just close the session today since Mbak Arin says it's about a marathon. So let me just borrow from a song from the Beatles who says that it's a long and winding road, people. That leads to, let me just paraphrase that, to a door. So hopefully that door then we can knock and open, and hopefully then we can get a much better society, and then with social activism and especially for younger people to claim and reclaim the digital space for the causes that we fight for. With that, please join me to congratulate and thank our speakers today. And with that, I will return it to Mas Noval. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Rudy, and all the speakers, Mbak Arin, Mas Yami, and Mbak Nenden. Thank you very much for such a very insightful and fruitful discussions. I also thank you very much to all the participants for participating in our first sessions. And then we're going to have a lunch break. So I will take a little bit of quotes from Mbak Nenden and also Mbak Arin. You may feel fatigue, but then come back stronger with the lunch break afterwards. So we will push through. And then also, do not forget, we will have a QR code that we will project here for a pre-test before we conduct the mini workshop later on at 1:30. And then we will have our lunch. You can take, feel free. And then also, if you require a praying room, we have one praying room over there. And then, yeah, please. And then I think to add to some context, many of the questions coming from our friends, both on site and online, are regarding their concerns about how to conduct this digital activism safety, right? Like how this lawsuit could be a problem, how this doxing and everything threatening them. So I think this mini workshop that will be conducted in this afternoon will be very helpful for us all because we will talk about how to build this digital resilience in conducting activism in digital platform. Okay, thank you very much. Please enjoy and yeah, thank you.
Tes satu dua tiga. Tes satu dua tiga. Tes satu dua tiga. Oke. Tes lagi audio. Sar, kedengeran nggak sih? Sar, Sar coba presentasiin mau nggak Sar?
Kedengaran, kedengaran. Boleh coba next slide. Halo. Wait. PPT-nya kok gitu ya? Boleh ulangkah kok tadi ada Yan ini di save atau dari Google Slides ya?
Sar boleh minta bantu saya screen ya? Jadi dari kamu aja semuanya gitu Sar.
Okay, wait.
That's okay with you.
No, not okay. Kidding. Wait. Bentar ya. Ian atau tim The Habibie Center yang lain bisa lihat.
Boleh coba video nggak?
Kenapa?
Tolong coba share video.
Oke.
Boleh coba video nggak?
Kenapa?
Tolong coba share video.
Oke. Kenapa?
Coba share video.
Bentar, aku belum share audio. Bentar, aku belum share audio.
Hey there, welcome back to another episode where we break down complex legal topics into simple, bite-sized pieces. Today, we're diving into digital surveillance and how it can impact your privacy. Let's get into it. Digital surveillance is the practice of monitoring.
Oke, kedengeran?
tes 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 tes.
Tes. Halo?
Cek cek.
Afternoon, everyone. I hope you are feeling refreshed and refueled after having the lunch. And we will begin our second sessions for the mini workshop in few minutes, around 7 minutes. So I hope if you can hear me, anyone that's scattered around the buildings or maybe outside the building, or if you have any contacts with other participants, we can regroup here at 1:30 and we'll begin our second session. Thank you. I respectfully disagree. And when I asked what
Cek satu, cek satu dua, cek satu, cek satu dua, cek. Cek satu.
Hello. Check, check, check. Hi. Hello.
Cek satu, cek
Dua,
satu dua, cek satu.
tiga. Right. Halo Mbak Sarah. Can Mbak Sarah hear me?
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our second sessions. And I hope we are back stronger after the lunch break. And this second session, as I mentioned, we will have our mini workshop and under the title of Building Resilience in Digital Space, Navigating Safe Digital Activism and Mitigating Risk of Digital Repressions. This session will be facilitated by our partner from ASEAN Youth Organizations, or AYO, which already joining us today. So this mini workshop will be an interactive session that will cover practical guidance for youth activists covering digital safety, privacy, ethics, inclusivities, and strategies to build resilience in the face of digital repression. Like I said, we already learned a lot from our three distinguished speakers before within the talk show. Now it is time to address all the questions coming from the participants in this mini workshop. So please give a round of applause for our facilitators from ASEAN Youth Organization. Thank you, please.
Thank you so much, Mas Naufal.
Thank you.
Hello, fellow youth digital activists. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. My name is Rian. I am from the ASEAN Youth Organization and accompanied by my amazing friends.
I am Bira. And my name is Andri.
Awesome. So I think before we start, how about we invite Sarah all the way from Sri Lanka. So today we are going to have 4 facilitators from the ASEAN Youth Organization, of course supported by our colleagues from the Habibie Center. So Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, would love to. Thank you so much, Ryan. And hi, everyone. Very good afternoon from Colombo, Sri Lanka. I truly apologize I cannot joining you all on site in Jakarta, Indonesia, but I do hope that we can meet you all. I can meet you all in person very soon. So yeah, thank you very much once again. And a little bit introductions from us from the ASEAN organizations as the co-host for this workshop together with the Habibie Center. Once again, thank you very much, the Habibie Center, for including us into this very important initiatives and little bit introductions about us. So as Ryan mentions before that, we are here the facilitators from the ASEAN organization. So I'm Sarah Rosana once again from the ASEAN organizations and currently also active in several organizations, and I work for an environmental NGO that actually based in Jakarta, Indonesia as well. I'd love to also invite again our lovely team from the ASEAN organizations. Maybe you guys can also share more about yourself, although we already know your name, but yeah,
Yes.
will be lovely to know more about you, please.
Yes, thank you, Kak Sarah. Maybe before we start, if it's okay with everyone, can everybody kind of close the gap since we will be having some group work, so we want to make sure there are no gaps. Maybe to join a little bit to the middle if
Yes, may we
it's
invite everyone to
possible.
come at the front so it will be
Yeah.
closer to
To
us,
be
right?
closer
Because
to the screen, maybe.
as we get closer, we
Yeah.
get more resilience, right? To tackle all the online threats and other challenges. It's okay Mbak, nggak apa-apa. Silakan.
That's okay.
Awesome.
Oh, the
Mas
cat's
yang di
concerned.
belakang yang pakai baju garis-garis, Mbak, boleh maju ke depan? Tidak usah malu-malu. We are at the safe space now. So we learn together, we share together, and hopefully that we could get something after this workshop, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Totally.
Masih
Okay.
ada di sini? Silakan Mbak. Nggak
Masih
apa-apa.
kosong di sini. Ya.
Oh sudah cukup di depan. Oh baik.
Okay. All
Awesome.
right. Thank you so much. All right. So to introduce a little bit of myself, my name is Hana Shabira. You can call me Bira for short. I was an AO ambassador, ASEAN Youth Organization ambassador in 2021. And since then, I've continued to become a mentor in the following batch and in a member as the ASEAN Youth Organization member. And previously, I was a research assistant in CSIS Indonesia for international relations. And currently, I work in a PR agency called Weber Shanwick, handling public affairs. Thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
Okay, my name is Andri Ridiani Putri. You can call me Andri. I'm currently waiting for my graduation and I just finished my master's at LSE for media and communication governance. While I was studying, I was also working part-time as a research assistant in LSE's think tank, which is called Digital Futures for Children, which talks about, again, children in digital spaces. So I guess that's all from my side. It's nice seeing everyone here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Henry. And I am Rian. I'm affiliated, of course, with ASEAN Youth Organization as the director of AYA Youth Peace Security Hub. And I am also working full-time at the ASEAN Foundation as project specialist and affiliated with Peace Generation Indonesia and also UNESCO headquarters in Paris, France. So I think that's enough about us. Before then, I'd like to invite my colleagues, Sarah, again, all the way from Sri Lanka. I think I'd like to greet our participants as well online. Hello, everyone on Zoom right now. Thank
Hi,
you so
everyone
much.
on Zoom. Thank you for joining.
Yes, until now, hopefully we can, actively engage throughout the sessions until around 4 or 4:15 p.m. today. So yeah, Sarah, please take it away.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, team. So we mentioned a bit about that we all of us here are part of the ASEAN organizations, and if you guys okay, we would like to also introduce you a bit about our organization. So we started our movement actually on the Facebook community page. I'm not sure if everyone here is still using Facebook, but yeah, I mean, we started our movement as the ASEAN community page back in 2011, and we see a lot of enthusiasm from all of the ASEAN youth to know more about fellow youth and also to know more about the ASEAN itself. So that's why we decided to establish our own independent organizations at that time back in 2013. So that's the birth year of the ASEAN organizations as and organizations. And now we also already established our foundations, our social enterprise, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, we established a lot of chapters and also affiliates. So now we have not only the AYU headquarters, but we also have the AYU chapters in all of the ASEAN member states. But not only the ASEAN member states, we also have chapters in ASEAN plus countries like India, South Korea, and even AYU Italy. And soon as we know that currently our friends from Timor-Leste are also just joining the ASEAN. So we're also very looking forward to have AYU chapters Timor-Leste very soon. And yeah, up until now, we still expanding our organizations because we have these missions on how we can create a lot of impact in any issue. So because we are not only focusing on the several issue, we are trying our best on how we can also support the ASEAN Secretariat in achieving all of the goals under the ASEAN Work Plan on Youth, but we also supporting the sustainable development goals and a lot of things. And again, but still the visions is how we can share the ASEAN values to the people, especially for the young people, and how we can also collaborate not only in the ASEAN region but also beyond to create a lot of impacts that created by youth, with youth, and also for youth. And I would like to also share with you for today's workshop, we have several menu here. So we have four topics that we will discuss today. The first one is about practical guidance for youth activists about digital safety, privacy, and also risk mitigations. The second one will be about technical dimensions of digital activism. We will talk more about responsible messaging, inclusivity, and also avoiding disinformations. And third one, we will discuss more about balancing urgency with security, where we will be explore more about how to protect individuals while amplifying causes. And last but not least, which is the most important one, is the recommendations for building resilience against online harassment, surveillance, and state repression as well. I believe all of us here, all of the participants, be it on site and also online, I see a lot of great background as well. So we believe that in this workshop is not only us, the facilitator, that giving some informations and also maybe sharing our some of our experience, but we also need to learn more from all everyone. So as Brian said before, that this is a safe space, so we really hope that everyone can be participate as active as possible, because that is one of our housekeeping for today. So this is the housekeeping for today. We really hope that everyone can be active. Again, not only the facilitators, but also the participants, not only participants on the site in the Jakarta, Indonesia, but also everyone's here in the Zoom meeting as well. And if you have any questions or concerns, please just ask or share. You can always reaching out to the facilitators from the ASEAN Youth Organizations on site and virtually, which is going to be me. And one speaks, other listens. So please, if someone trying to share their ideas, you can wait until your turn, so we can also respect with others, which actually the next housekeeping, which respect each other. And next one is our role is facilitator as from ASEAN organizations, and you guys here as the main resources. So again, your involvement is really important, and because we also want to learn from you as well. And last but not least, which is the most important one, is have fun. because it's going to be a very casual discussions. We really hope that besides share we can do a cross a learning from each other. We can also like know each other better, and hopefully there's a lot and we believe that there's also a lot of potential collaborations that we can do after today's workshop. So yeah, let's move on to our very first menu of the day, which is the practical guidance for youth activists, where we will talk more about digital safety, privacy, and risk mitigations. Before that, I would like to ask you one simple questions. So everyone here, I believe, using social media, right? Be it TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I don't know if anyone here still using Friendster or MySpace, but yeah. Basically, or perhaps WhatsApp as well, because you can like post a WhatsApp status also, right? So when you post online about an issues that you care about, what risks or worries that come to your mind? Maybe anyone wants to share?
Anyone on the floor?
It can be anything, yes.
You may raise your hand if you would like to share.
Yes, gentleman in white. Yes.
One of the risks is certainly like the security reasons of being dogs, especially and especially like one of your identity or your home location getting somehow dogs by an unknown individuals that you have personal anonymity with. Yeah. Okay. I think that's so far.
That's great. That's
Thank
great.
you
Yeah.
very much. Yes, that's a great example, and it's definitely also happening in some cases as well. That it's truly correct. Thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't catch his name before, but thank you so much. Anyone else? Maybe one more from on-site and one more from virtual, if possible.
Um, okay. Hi, my name is Mabda, and one risk that comes to mind is being wrong. So simply being wrong. So I don't want to contribute to misinformation or disinformation. I think that's a concern for me, and yeah, I just want to make the online space safer. So I don't want to contribute to making it even worse than it already is now.
That's really great example. Thank you so much, Magda. I truly appreciate it. And can I ask one more from the online participants? Is there any?
If there's no online, maybe one more from the floor.
Yes, please.
Uh, Hello, my name is Zaki. I think the one thing that when what I worry is like hate speech. It's really common when you post something you care or something you want to talk about, ex- uh, especially when it's sensitive. That's really the thing. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Kazaki. So we talk about doxing. We talk about to be afraid that we will give misinformation. We also talk about the hate speech as well, which is all of those three examples are true already happening. I think because nowadays when we using the social media, the digital media, it's kind of like tricky. So that's why this today's workshop is really important. And thank you so much once again for all of the kakak-kakak that joining on site for sharing your thoughts as well. So that's actually the thing that also truly valid. A lot of my friends also because I have a lot of amazing friends, including our three amazing facilitators that joining in the Jakarta has a lot of experience and also a lot of great movement that using the digital media platform. And this is some of my content that I also post on my social media, because as I mentioned before that I work for the environmental NGO. So in the left side, it's more on how I push the one of the big FMCGs in Indonesia for them to stop producing a single-use sachet. And the right one is because I also part of the tobacco control movement, which I'm not sure if everyone knows, but tobacco industry is one of most I would say dangerous big company because they have a lot of backups and everything. So a lot of my friends, especially the youth activists that also working, closely and intensely in the tobacco control movement, also has a lot of things that's happening with them, especially when they are trying to advocate for this movement, for the tobacco control movement. So that's why it's really important for us. Again, I also agree with one of the participants that said that we afraid to give misinformations because if we not giving a really valid informations or maybe like scientific proof informations, it's the possibility for us to get another threats or maybe like narrative shift from the quote unquote enemy that we want to confront is getting the possibility is getting higher. So it's really important for us to before we post any kind of contents to have a very valid resources of the content that we want to create as well. But so far for me in this case because it's more on like content about the educational posts, I would say, because it's more on like on how I giving information. So so far I don't really experience the doxing or the hate speech that everyone already shared before. But I know that for others of my friends or maybe like other organizations, for example, I believe everyone's know already the 17+8 movement that we already push in the um, during August until September. And also one of the example is that I want to also highlight is that one of the organizations, environmental um, organizations or network in Indonesia, they post about the waste to energy. So because we know that when we talk about the environmental issues, especially for the waste sectors, we have these solutions called fall solutions, which promoted by the company that's not actually trying to solve the problems, but they kind of like make it as a business and make it a profit from their side. So when these organizations trying to post about these informations, they get a lot of threats from the industries. Even there's one of the teams that part of this, study or research. They also got, threat by, WhatsApp chat, and also some of them trying to get to their house as well. So that's why it's really important for us, especially if you are an activist that facing a very big company, facing, trying to voicing out one of the big problem. We need to really have an allies. We need to have like a plan for us to have a mitigation risk if there's any threats that will be coming, because again we know that our enemy is not a it's not a small actor, I would say. So it's really important for us to really plan everything, making sure that okay, you guys already know what to do if these things happens, kind of like that. So yeah, this is also not some of the informations, FYI, because we are talk about the digital media. I believe all of us here youth, and we spend, and based on our data that we get, youth spending more than 10 hours per day on the internet connected devices, and mostly spend more time on the social media, including YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and even Twitter and TikTok is actually the most two top social media platform that the youth, especially in ASEAN, Southeast Asia country, usually use. But when we talk about on how intense we using the digital media platform, there's a lot of common digital risk that I believe some of this already mentioned by our fellow participants before. For example, like a doxing or personal info leaks, and then maybe account compromise as well. So because I believe some of you also know about some of the cases about the account compromise, and then surveillance or tracking, online harassment, hacking, and also intimidation. So all of this will be elaborate more in the next sessions. But can I also ask if anyone here has experience uh, of some of the digital risk here that I mentioned before? Have any of you experienced it, or maybe your relatives or your friends experienced it before?
No, none have
No?
experienced any digital risks. Oh, that's good then.
That's good then.
Because they're digital youth activists, so they know what to do, I think, sir.
Ah.
Exactly. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So I believe you guys are, again, as my friends mentioned before, you guys already the youth digital activists, but I would like to also share a bit about the practical tips on how you can stay safe online. Pretty much there are four things that you can do. First one is strengthen account security. So we need to use as unique as possible for our passwords, and also use enable the two factors authentications as well. Especially if you are very active in the in using your social media as one of the platform for you to voicing out your activist agenda. It's really recommended for you to always rechange your password every 2 weeks, because again we never know if there's like any uh, person or industries or stakeholders that want to manipulate your account. So it's really important for us to really change it at least a month, once a month, or ideally is 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, you need to rechange your password. So I also curious if you guys, I mean, of course, you're not telling your passwords, but is there like any unique passwords that you guys already used before? And yeah, do you guys want to share? Or how you set your password now? Like,
Oh, I thought you were asking
do
them
you
what is their password, sir.
no, no, no.
Oh no,
Like,
yeah.
what kind of mixed password that you use? Okay, first questions. I believe everyone's here using more than one email and also more than one social media platform, right?
Yes,
Are you
we're
guys
nodding.
using the same password or different password in every platform?
To be honest, because I have dirty memory, I use all of my account same password. What
No.
about you guys? What about everyone here? Does anyone want to share? Not your password,
Oh.
but your strategy, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so hello, Kak Sarah ya.
Yes.
I'm, you can call me Sena. For my passwords, there's a couple strategies. Well, couple things that like to do. First off, if you've seen this XKCD comic, uh, yeah, if you've seen it, I think some people who are more online have seen it before. That the best way to increase your password protection is to elongate it. Not use you don't need to use special characters all the time, because to a computer a special character and a word is exactly the same character. So the best way to increase your password strength is to increase their length, but use things that are more easily remember for you. So for example, three random words, or or even four and five, and some numbers maybe. Also, I personally use a password manager for my accounts. So I put them accordingly. So I separate my browsers, one for work and one for personal stuff. And those two have a separate password manager. So so my hobbies, my activism is put on one browser, and they do not cross. They do not cross with each other. I think if I were to share how I that's some of my internet habits. Thank you.
Wow,
That's
that's a
really good
good, yeah.
tips. Yeah,
That's a good
thank you so
tip.
much, Ka, for sharing.
Can we
Truly
give her an
appreciate it.
applause?
Yeah,
For
please.
starting from today, I will use that strategy, mas. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, true.
Will you
Or
be able to
I
remember?
also curious if anyone here also trying to, because some of the people also some of the resources that I saw is they also recommend us to use like uppercase, lowercase characters, make it as complicated as possible. Is anyone also doing that?
I see some nodding.
Yes, I see a lot of nodding.
Okay, okay, that's great. Okay, so but anyway, thank you so much, Ka, for sharing, and that's also one of the things why we need to discuss with each other because I also just know that. So it's really great. Again, we are here. The facilitators not only sharing the knowledge that we got, but we also learn from everyone's here. So thank you so much for sharing that. That's another tips, guys, to set your unique password. So it can be if you guys want to make please and if your thing still okay for you to mix the uppercase lowercase characters numbers kind of like that, but you can also follow sorry I didn't really catch your name before, but you guys can also use the password manager as well, and then um the as longer as possible. So yeah, that's really great tips, thank you very much. And move on to the next one is to protect identity and data. And I think Kaka before mentions that he already separate the browser for the work one and also for the personal one, and this is pretty much the same, but this is more on how you separate your personal and your activism account. So maybe this is also can be like one of the things that you can do to prevent the doxing that already mentioned by one of the participants as well. So if you are comfortable enough, I personally haven't have my own activism account because I usually use the organization's account for the more activism contents. But if you're really using the, if you are the one that really managing all of the social media and you think that it's better for you to, have a different account for the personal one and also your work one, like Kaka participant said before for his browser. So maybe you can also implement the same thing for your social media account as well. And still on the social media account, you also need to review your privacy settings regularly as well to making sure that because we never know if someone trying to hacking your account as well. So it's really important to really have this intense on constantly reviewing your privacy settings. And third one is update your device. So please making sure that you keep the system patch to prevent spyware infections. Or if possible, especially for your laptop device, you need to also use the antivirus and also secure backups as well. And last but not least, to prepare response plans. And it's really important again because we never know when is the incident will be happening, and if you are really in part of the movement that has this big enemy from the big companies or industries, you need to have your own allies. So please share your emergency contacts and have a peer support safety buddy. So if if any case that you face something, some accidents that so you will have someone that backing you up and always know if something's happened, they will be the one that help you as soon as possible. And last but not least, the most important one is to report harassment to digital rights hotlines. In Indonesia, I believe everyone know already that we have SafeNet. So maybe if you are not based in Indonesia, or maybe um, if your like campaign or advocacy work is collaborating with other fellow youths that non-Indonesia, for example, in the Philippines or in Thailand, maybe you can also ask them to making sure that they know who the digital rights hotlines that they can contact during your campaign period. So that's also one of the things that you need to do in the pre campaign. So you need to like have this mapping of all of the not only when we doing a campaign in the pre campaign or the pre activity, we usually have these stakeholders mapping on who is the target of the campaigns, kind of like that, right? But we also need to also starting to have this mapping of for the digital risk management. One of which is on how we can also mapping the digital rights hotlines, so we can making sure that the security during our campaigns in the digital media. And before I pass the screen back to my friends in Jakarta, I would like to you guys to have a little bit exercise. So I'm not sure how many people there on site, but for these sessions, I would like to you guys to divide yourself into three groups. And for those who joining online, we can divide it into two groups or maybe one group. And think of one situations you have seen or heard about. If you guys want to comfortable enough to share your experience, please do. But you don't have to experience it yourself, but please respect the confidentiality of anyone involved in these situations that you guys have in your mind, and use this as your case study. So that's why when you divide it to the groups, you guys can just decide which case or which situations that you want to use as your case study. And then once you guys decided the case study, you guys need to identify and discuss the following points. The first one is the possible risk that could arise. Second one is prevention steps to reduce the risk. And the third one is response steps to take if it happens. Okay? Is everyone clear with that? So first one is to divide yourself into three groups. Second one is to discuss, to decide which one situations that you want to use as your case study. For example, I want to I want to create a campaign to support my advocacy work on how I want the government to ban single-use vape. So I have this one situations, and then I need to identify the possible risks that could arise. Maybe there's gonna be like interventions from the tobacco industry. Maybe there's gonna be like a buzzer from the tobacco industry during the campaign, etc., etc. And then I need to identify the prevention steps to reduce the risk. Um, and last but not least is to respond steps to take if it happens. So kind of like that. Is everyone clear with the instructions?
Yes, I see some nodding. going on.
Okay, wonderful.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, I would like to ask my amazing friends from AYU to help to divide all of the participants into three groups
Yes.
to for them to start discuss. We have 10 minutes. Is that enough for everyone? Because we have very limited time.
I think
So yeah, 10 minutes,
yes,
and
we
then
do
we
have
can
10
do a
minutes.
report back after this.
Yeah. Does everybody here know each other yet? No? Is it better to mix then?
Or maybe because we have limited time,
Oh, I
it's
see.
already separated into
It's
three
separated
groups
here. Okay.
apparently. How about then this belong to
Group one.
group one, and then this is would be second, and this would be the third.
Okay.
I think we can move a few
So
people
maybe
from group two
Yeah,
to
but
group
from
three.
group
maybe
one and
group
two, you can supply one or two
Yeah.
members
your
move
members
To
to
group
join
three?
this group.
Yeah, maybe.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yay, we have
Okay.
more. So maybe can
One
we
more from
request
group
one more
two?
from this group to
From group two?
yeah to move
Okay,
into
thank
this.
you.
Awesome.
It's okay. Move. It's okay.
Awesome. So this would be the first group, right? Second,
Wow.
and this would be the third.
Ladies man.
There you go. All right.
All right.
All right, sir. It's already separated into three groups. What's
Right.
next? Hi, sir.
Yes, sorry. I'm trying to send the. Wait.
Okay.
Okay, this one done, and then you guys can start to think and decide one situations that you guys want to use as your case study. And then after that, you can proceed with identifying the following three points that I already shared in the chat box. Is that clear for everyone?
Sorry, sir. Can you please speak louder? And perhaps you
Okay,
would like
sorry.
to share the screens
Okay.
as well. I think that would be easier for them to digest.
Okay. Okay, anyway, I share it in the chat box because I need to also move to the breakout room later on. So yeah, just in case you guys miss the points that you need to discuss. So yeah, again, you guys already divided yourself to three groups, and then you guys can start to discuss to decide one situations as your case study. It can be anything, but of course related to on how you guys using the digital media as one as your campaign or advocacy work. For example, again, my case is on how I want to work together with my team to have this strong campaign in supporting the government to ban single-use vapes. And then that's the case study for my case. And I need to you guys need to identify the following points: possible risks that could arise. So you guys need to imagine if you want to do a campaign or advocacy work using your digital media to support your advocacy goals. What are and you already have this key message, for example. You need to identify the possible risks that could arise. Maybe is there a buzzer there? Is there like a doxing possibilities, or maybe like is there like any hacking? Because it's also going to depends on who are the enemy in your case study. So you need to think as well as possible. And the second one is to you need to identify the prevention steps to reduce the risk, because you guys already identify the risk that might appear on your social media account. Then how, or maybe like not only social media, like Instagram, but also you guys need to also consider the WhatsApp one. So you guys need to also identify the prevention steps to reduce the risk. That's the prevention one. And the third one, you guys need to also identify the response steps to take if it happens. For example, as I mentioned before here, that you guys, if a case that there's this buzzer, or maybe there's this tobacco, I'm sorry, this industry that doing some harassment to you guys, you need to report this harassment to the digital rights hotlines. Or if you guys have any other strategy, you can also put it as one of the response steps if it happens. Am I clear enough for everyone?
Any questions on the floor? Or all good? If all clear, can we see your thumbs up, please?
Yes.
Okay. This group, is it all clear? Is it all clear? Kalau misalkan udah clear, boleh angkat tangannya, angkat
Yeah.
jempolnya.
And again, guys,
Angkat
this is
jempolnya
still
boleh,
like
Mas?
in the
Mantap.
brainstorm session, so no need to make it as detailed as possible, because this is like only a brainstorm. But if you want to make it as detailed as possible, please do. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys can start now. We have 10 minutes or maybe 8 minutes, so we will use the 2 minutes for report back. For the online participants, I will create a breakout room for you guys.
10 minutes.
Hello. We're running out of time, everyone. So, but I see someone still, many of you discuss still, which is really great. But I'm curious about the things that you guys already discussed. So maybe we can do a quick report back, perhaps, for every group to share what are the things that you guys discuss, and maybe others can also respond to each other. Shall we start with the virtual participants first? Maybe Iman, you want to start?
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me?
Can anyone on site confirm if you can hear Iman's voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, can.
Please go ahead, Iman. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Iman. I'm from Malaysia. I'm very happy to be on here with you guys. So for the study case that we did is discussing about scamming cases that is happening quite a lot on Instagram. So as of late, I'm seeing cases of scammings, whether it's to vehicles, cameras, or anything that is available that could be advertised on Instagram. And most of the cases I see is people being scammed, whether it's other countries from other countries, from in countries. So I would say the prevention step for this case study is to build a certain, I would say a specific Instagram account that is basically meant to reflect other account that is scamming other people, or any victims that had become victims of scam that is on Instagram, who put out the words to the site and say, okay, this account had scammed me before, so that the account, the one that is tracking scammers, can just um put eyes on the account that is scamming other people. So if there is any updates, or if the account is changing name, we will know that it's that account, that account that is scamming people is changing to another name to scam maybe other people. So by the time they were changing names or changing data and everything, we know that it's a scam account, and we can actually alert other people from not being scammed or being a victim to them as well. So that's the case study I did with my other team. So that compounds. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Iman. Can we hear from one more group on site? Thank you so much, Iman. Don't forget to give a round of
Offline
applause
team,
to
who
Iman
wants
and
to go?
Fikri as well. Just one, please. We have
This group?
very limited time.
Group 1? Hello, group 1. Do we want to go? Do we want to explain? Or group 2? Oh, group 2 still. Yeah.
Calm down, calm down. Hello, guys. This is my uh, well, yeah, our solution. Example, if we make a campaign, we talk about well-being campaign for our Indonesian athlete. That's a very sensitive topic in Indonesia. We talk about maybe a corruption, or maybe uh, there's a lot of athlete that doesn't get provide enough when they go to compete, and the possible risk that if you try to campaign this topic is there's gonna be a lot of hate speech. Maybe there is from buzzer or bot. There is a lot these days, or there is especially fake data or hoax. Okay, and then maybe a lot. Test, test. And
a lot of people gonna, if you notice, there is a lot of Gen Z's word like cancel culture. If you know, yeah, it's gonna happen uh, uh, to people like us that do the campaign, because it's a very sensitive topic. There's not a lot of people to talk about it. Okay, and then what's the prevention steps to reduce the risk? To prevent it, we have to showing a lot of eligible data, evidence, everything. You know what, when, where, how. You have to put it on the post, on the campaign. Okay, and then uh, to reduce it, maybe you can uh, close the comment section. It's a lot better. But if you don't want to close the comment section, you can do age restriction. That's for a lot of people that underage that can comment bad, and even they don't know what we're talking about, they still can do a hate speech. And then how to respond it? Like I said before, we have to showing evidence, and we have to make a counter narration. A good narration can make a good impression. And then if it's too much, if it's too bad, if it going too worse, you can report them, report their account. This is the last resort. That's it from our group. Thank you so much.
Woo! Thank you so much, Group 2.
That's really wonderful. Thank you so much, Group 2. And thank you also for the virtual group for sharing. But your cases, it's really interesting. One of the groups sharing about the scammers, and one of the group also talking about the athletes issues, which is not many people talk about that. And yeah, it's really great that you guys already identifying at least in the in the first layer about the risk and also prevention steps and also response steps, and all of those are really amazing, and we will dive more about that within our next sessions. So thank you so much again for your very cooperative and active participations, and I would like to pass on the floor to my friends for the next sessions. Mira, go ahead.
Thank you, Kasara. Right. So, moving on to our next topic, which is the ethical dimension of digital activism. So, this is including responsible messaging, creating that interesting narrative that was mentioned by Group 2. Thank you, Group 2. Inclusivity, and of course, avoiding disinformation, which seems to be one of the common risks that was set throughout each group discussions. Now, before we go ahead and get started on our new session right now, I wanted to inform everyone that we do have snacks available for coffee break. If anyone wants to grab some to eat during the session, it's okay. If everyone wants to go out to pray, the prayer room is there in the little cave outside. And it's okay. You don't have to excuse yourself. You can just kind of quietly leave the room. All right. Okay, so moving on to our topic. Of course, once you post something online, it is forever, right? Everybody knows internet safety is important. Everybody knows that you are responsible for your voices online. So both online activism can either inspire some people or they could endanger them as well. And we have to remember that when you post something online, the truth spreads fast. Like you can get new information on Twitter, TikTok, it's very accessible now, but outrage spreads faster. So when we talk about outrage, it includes you don't really check anything, right? So when you see a post that is against your moral beliefs, you tend to engage with it more. So why does this matter? We want to make sure our digital activism is
in line with our ethical pillars over here. So digital activism is now central to social change, but its credibility depends on how we communicate it. Now, what are the ethical pillars? The first pillar is responsible messaging. Now, that includes the interesting narrative that Group 2 has spoken before. It's how you envelope your message. You want to make sure, again, it's verifiable to and provide context in order to avoid any misinformation or generally creating a negative discourse around the issue. Moving on to the second pillar, which is inclusivity. We want to make sure that it taps into different social groups as well, because again, we want to make sure our movement is for the people, for everyone. And lastly, avoiding disinformation. Now, in the age of AI, right now, it's easy for people to, we in Indonesia call it kagocek. Like, for example, you know those AI videos in Sora AI. It's very dangerous. I mean, our facilitator Andri was, she was also kagocek ama Sora with Sora. But we want to make sure that we know what things are to look for when it comes to not only producing your activism content, but when you're digesting them as well. Moving on to the next slide. Now, so we want to prepare for our practice after this, which is a general group discussion, because we are kind of a bunch, like a small bunch. We want to remember that in real life, ethicals blur when posts go viral. Anger feels more powerful, and algorithm decides what the world sees. Those are the three things that you have to consider when starting out your life as a digital activist. Now, before you post things, ask yourself, is the news you're posting verified? Is it inclusive, and is it respectful? On the first point, you want to make sure that you have everything to support your ideas, because of course, when you have postings online, the engagement can become discourse, and people can get critical about it, and you want to make sure that you have facts to back up your argument. Following that, you want to make sure it's inclusive. Again, we want to make sure that our activism is for the people, for a bunch of social pillars. And lastly, is it respectful? So you want to ask yourself, am I calling out injustice or calling for harm? So sometimes when I see discourse on Twitter, when it's a huge political issue, especially maybe in the community of education, you know, a lot of discourse about LPDP and stuff like that. They ended up focusing on different individuals, while again, maybe most of the issue is more ethical, or most of the issue is more systemic. So we want to make sure that we are targeting our activism correctly. Now, in the next few slides, you will explore 4 real-world dilemmas with with a little bit of tweaks, because we don't want to comment on an active issue that's going on, where activists had to balance passion, truth, and responsibility. So discuss on how each could be handled ethically by using the 3 pillars that I've mentioned before. All right, so moving on to the next slide. Now, this is the first scenario. I guess for the first scenario, we can discuss it together first. So for the first scenario, I can just give a little bit of a background story. So for this person, we call her maybe Miss A. She is an activist. She saw a couple of, she was at the, let's say, 17+1 demonstration. And she and her friends were marching along with every other students maybe that was with her. And when she was marching, she uh, she was broken up. Her rally was broken up by the police, for example.
and she was frustrated. So she posted online, "They silence us in the streets, but we won't stay silent online." To show defiance for this, she posted a selfie of herself and her friends. Okay? Now, the police is using her and her friends and the people in the picture to be identified for questioning. Now, let's discuss. How can activism challenge repression without exposing others to harm? Should safety ever outweigh visibility in digital movements? And lastly, how could the activist, Miss A, have shown resistance more safely and effectively? All right, so I'll give you maybe 2 minutes to think about the answers, and you can raise your hands if you want to answer the question. Do you have any questions for me? I could give more context. No? All clear? Or good? Thumbs up? All right. All right, friends, your 2 minutes are up. Is everyone okay? Does everyone need more time? Team 1, do we need more time to discuss? Yes? How many more minutes? 5 minutes? 2 minutes? 2 more minutes, yeah? Okay. Okay, friends, your 2 minutes are up. 2 more minutes are up. Any volunteers to answer the three discussion questions? Hello? Hello? Wow, group one is having a very excessive rate. All right, so does everyone's done with their discussion? Is everyone done with their discussion? Okay. Uh, no volunteers? Any volunteers from the floor? Okay.
Hello. Okay, so a couple of things from our okay, okay. Yeah, it's raining sekarang ya. So a couple things from our discussion. I don't think that from these three scenarios, these scenarios, all of them has their own complexities, and there's no surefire way to answer all of them in every situations. There's no silver bullet here. If I were to refer back to our early discussion this morning, any activism is a sacrifice. There's always a risk that you have to take. The question becomes, how much of a risk can you take as a activist, as a part of a community, and as a personal individual? So for the first question, how can activism challenge repression without exposing others to harm? I'd say the best way to approach this is to exercise a better operational security, OPSEC. So that means adopt a better habits online. So if we're to reflect this on the scenario where this person posted a picture of themselves, of herself and her friends after the demonstration, I would say that adhere to there's no really strict guidelines, but people have circulated online on how to uh, how to not really hide, but obscure your identities on the street and online. That means no posting the photos, no posting identifying photos online immediately after the protest. Wait for a few days, or even better, post the imageries that may be impactful for people, that can make them feel things, but do not post any uncensored faces, unblurred faces, no identifying body shapes or clothings. Then for number two, so safety ever outweigh visible individual movements. I think that's a point that we as a I myself and we as a group have not arrived at the one single point, one single definitive answers. Since again, it's always a sacrifice. Whether are you willing to risk more of yourself and to reflect this to non-digital activists? Well, I think there's we should not divide the both of them. Yeah, but as an activist, you have a responsibility to your safety and the safety for the people around you. If being loud make the people around you, people who are vulnerable, be exposed to dangers, if yes, there is their mental health, their physical safety should be the first priority. So you should not speak over others. But if you are someone with a privilege, if you, let's say you have a good lawyer, or you come from a background that can provide you with a lot of safety nets, then you should take more personal risk, because we need you. That not all of us can be exposed to the dangers, but some of us has to be exposed to the dangers for our message to be heard widely. For number three, how could the activists have shown resistance and more safely and effectively? So that I understand this as the person, Miss A, how what step could she have taken, right? First off, we do not. I mean, any anger, any emotions that is felt by anyone who is feeling suppressed by who are experiencing violence of the state, of the system that is unjust, all of that emotion is valid. But to process that, we have to process that in a safe place. Unfortunately, the public social media is not a safe place for any of us. So, I mean, resistance in personal spaces is still resistance. If she was feeling ignored, if she was feeling distressed, I think it would be better if she said that to her closest friends first, to her communities, to her group chats. That way, there's no people who wish harm upon her to use that piece of the resistance that she has to track her down and suppress her. I think the rain is also trying to suppress us. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, so because we are constricted by time, we should move on to our next scenario. However, for the next scenario, I would have it open free on the floor so everyone can freely discuss. Okay? Is that okay with everyone? Okay. All right. So the next scenario, first of all, because again, I told you before in the previous slide that in the age of AI, you don't know which is real, which is not. It's very difficult to differentiate. There's a scenario where a government official, a video of a government official stating that he did something, he corrupted the entire country budget for his own programs. And the video is leaked, quote unquote, and it was viral online. But experts then find out that it was made by an pro, let's say, pro people activist account. It was posted from a pro people activist account. Now, what we want to discuss is you as an audience from this account, what's the ethical move when something feels too good to be true? When a video of a politician got leaked stating horrendous things that he did, what's the ethical move that you should do? Following to that, how should activists, the people who posted this video, handle a correction if they already shared it? So they got a leak from someone and then they were the one that amplified it. So how do they correct it? And lastly, can social movements recover from sharing false information? Because we could safely assume after it has been debunked by experts, the government is just going to come up and say, oh, this is not true. This is AI. Indonesia tidak gelap gitu. Ya, kayak along the lines of that. So, what steps can you take to answer all three of these questions? Any volunteers to answer question number 1, maybe? Let's give a chance to the girls. Aman? Ooh, you will have your turn later. Or maybe not, doesn't have to be question number 1, question number 2 or 3. Yes.
Just very quick. When some okay, I hope it's clear enough now. Okay, if I suppose when something's too good to be true, um, I think it's wow. Check. It's I hope it's clear enough now. Okay. When something's too good to be true, I think it's still worth taking precautionary, some sort of like cautionary steps. So I suppose like fact checking in any situation, even though the information might be, um, the information is, it's even if it sounds correct, I think there should be some sort of like precautionary steps to fact check. And I mean, I'm more interested in addressing the two other questions in terms of like in situations um, where activists already share information which turns out to be incorrect. I think what needs to be done is to, of course, do some sort of like self retraction. So do your best as so do your best to sort of like retrace the information that you have already shared, in order to sort of like provide information that the information that I previously shared was turned out was incorrect, and I would like to like share what is actually true. So do self retraction, um, and second, try your best to amplify the correct information, and to sort of like recover. I don't think that you can like fully recover from once a misinformation is circulated. I think it's difficult to sort of like 100% recover from it. But what I think the best next step that could be done is to sort of like uh, try to make sure that like subsequently the information that you share afterwards are fact checked. So I suppose try to engage with like accounts that do fact checking is of course another precautionary step that can be done.
All
I hope
right.
I'm clear enough.
Yes. Thank you so much. Do you think they should post like an apology? Yes, an apology, or immediately take down the post? I see. Okay. Any other new perspective, maybe new ideas when it comes to handling maybe mishaps when it comes to digital activism? Any other new idea? Going once. Do you feel like maybe there's something that hasn't been addressed? How can a movement bounce back after this? After having this trust, how do you gain the trust back? What can you do? Yes.
So about the how can a movement regains trust after after people grew more, I guess, skeptical of them.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Uh, I think it depends on the movement, and is the since we're talking about digital activism, that means the platform is the platform handled by an individual or
It's a group.
as a group.
Yeah.
I think the best way to regain trust is through direct acts. So that means, well, yeah, okay. Let's say this uh, this platform focuses on social education. Civic education on how a movement should be enacted. Let's say, uh, let's say, uh, let's say a platform like Baruang Ria, for an example. Uh, I think the best way to move forward from this is first off to acknowledge the error that was done and explain as best as possible how how did these mishaps happen on the first place. And after that, it's on the movement, it's on the platform itself to to move forward and gain the traction. Because if you were to just lose momentum from one single thing, I don't think that's I think that's a healthy scenario either, because that means the trust and support of the public of a movement is in extremely uh, cons-
There's a checks and balance
yeah,
system.
there's the checks and balance in place. So that means the public themselves needs to be involved in the creation of discourse.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
creation of discourse. I think that's how activists should handle it.
That's brilliant. You can tell when a movement is engaging or people are moved by it when there's a lot of people that cared about it. All right. Lastly, do we have any participants online that wants to contribute? You may raise your hand on the Zoom. If not, we can move on to our last scenario for this session. We can share to the yes. Okay, so last scenario. Let's say an influencer joined the movement. An influencer joined a demonstration and they vlogged it or they posted and then they created their own hashtag. Hashtag content creation, hashtag protest, hashtag for the people. But then after that, the post started getting traction because people seems to see her using this movement as not only for to actually fight for the issue, but they're seeing it as something performative because they're vlogging the entire thing, they're making jokes, they're not really maybe they are in the demonstration but people see them leaving, but then the discourse moved from focusing on the issue to discussing whether or not this person is genuine. Like, is this person genuinely cared about the issue? Now, let's discuss the 3 points before. When this activism or online activism becomes performative? So when does it shift? Because of course we all mentioned to create a good narrative, right? We mentioned we want to make things engaging, we want to make things fun, but when does it move from actually gaining attention to making it performative? Number two, can aesthetics help a cause or do they cheapen it? Do they water down an issue when it comes to be too aesthetic? Do you see, maybe a pink flower next to like the murder of X, Y, and Z? Does it cheapen it or does it make it interesting? And lastly, how can creators or how can influencers use visual style without losing authenticity of the issue itself? Do we have any questions before we start the discussion? Or does anyone have any answer already? Everybody wants to, yes.
Okay. The way I see it, when does activism become performative is when if you saw if you all know Andovida Lopez, guys, he used to be a YouTuber and he is famous. But when he protests, maybe last demonstration, last protest, he doesn't even post it. He genuinely just come to protest. uh, if you see or if you saw a person or maybe influencer that go to a protest and then he posts a lot of the protest itself that maybe sometimes it's feel too obnoxious. That's a line between you actually care or you just go there for the fame.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, uh, and then can
The next one
aesthetic
is
helps cause or do cheapen it? Um, Sometimes they do.
they help or they cheapen?
Sometimes they help.
They help.
Because they can use their followers or anything else. But sometimes they make it that like the protest. It's not that that that's important. Uh, and then number three.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, excuse me. How can creators use visual style without losing? I do believe the importance of aesthetics to 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 conjure the more for more wider audience, especially for more modern audiences, especially using more like pop culture icons, especially on their thumbnails, something like that, in order to attract more attention and more like edit some sort, especially like editing like fictional characters in like for example editing fictional characters with like pro-Palestinian slogans or something like that. So yeah, the importance of like aesthetics is certainly crucial in maintaining audience with the more larger, wider, and younger audiences.
Sorry.
Does it answer the questions, Miss?
What is the line? What is the line between what is performative and what is genuine interest?
I believe the line is the creator itself, whether he only mainly using such aesthetics to pursue his own agenda, especially like relating to financial reasons. But it is certainly depends on the creator itself, on whether it is entirely a genuine cause, genuine belief in the cause, or merely just a performative actions.
I see. Okay. So what you're saying is that it is depending on who is speaking then. I see. Anybody else has new income? Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
Can
thank
you
you.
say your name too?
Oh yeah, my name is Bayun. I'm from I'm an intern.
Speak up.
Oh, yeah, I'm an intern at TGC, so I'm gonna answer the first question. When does activism become performative? When they try to gain engagement, as we can see, ever since the 7th October, a lot of pro-Palestine activists by these right-wing activists like Nick Fuentes, America First activist, and or probably like Tucker Carlson, who suddenly changed their political position about Palestine. Because what happened ever since Elon Musk owned Twitter / X, anyone who have verified their accounts are earning money. So the higher the engagement is, the higher the money they got. So yeah, so that's when activism actually become performative. And the second one, can aesthetics help a cause? Yes, it is. Although it's only happened for a short period, and or do they cheapen it? Yes, because people suddenly got irritated by this post. So more, not only that, more people actually supporting the cause, but there are also more people are giving hate speech or insulting those acts. Yeah, that's the answer.
Oh yeah, forgot to mention my name is Russell. Sorry about that previously. Okay, and also thank you for my answer like that. Okay.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you. Okay. So what I'm getting from the two of you, first of all, it depends on who's posting, what their goal is for posting, and the second is how you can tell the line. Aesthetics can help a cause, but only to gain knowledge, general knowledge. Then you move forward with more informative posts. Does that answer your questions? Yes. Okay. Great. All right. Thank you so much. Does anyone online want to participate with the third and final scenario as well? Please raise your hands in the comments, or you can answer in the comment section and I can read them out loud for our friends here in the offline studio. Kasara, is there anyone online that's raising their hands or commenting?
Nope, as for now.
All right. Okay. Thank you all for joining my session. I'm going to toss up the session to the next speaker. But before that, um, can if anyone is getting rained on by the studio, we can move further back or further to the left. If you are getting rained on, that's okay. Everyone's dry. Dry. Everyone dry. Okay. Good. All right, so we are going to take, okay. Okay, everyone. Hi. So thank you, Bira, for this very interactive and very jam-packed session. Yeah, questionnya. I guess the question was very thought-provoking as well. Moving on, this is like leading on to the aftermath of from what Bira has been talking about before. Again, I'm gonna wrap a bit because we're running out of time, and we're gonna have to skip the activity that I prepared, but that's okay. So I hope you took some good few points from my session. Okay, so we're gonna to talk about balancing the urgency with the security. Again, when the cause is amplified quickly, of course, the risk to those who are involved, whether they'll be retweeting or resharing or engaging with the post, they also have greater risk for those of them as well. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so again, real-time application, I'm gonna divide it by two because I feel like this is something that happened recently with this past year that's very interesting where we have, again, movement inside the country, but then also outside the country. So of course, while we talk about inside the country, we see that there was a quick mobilization of support, awareness was, again, spread very quickly, and of course, information is updated within seconds. But again, if you're inside the country, the government control the platforms, right? They collaborate, so there might be some posts that are, again, taken down or certain features not available, like the TikTok live stream ban in August, and of course there's also the algorithm bias that we cannot forget. If it's outside the country, which is what I experienced earlier this year for both early this year and in August, um, they can bypass local state control because they're outside. Because the platforms that we are engaging in, they're again collaborating not with the states that's within our country, but in the country that we were in. For example, I was in London, so if you guys knew about London Bergerak, Amsterdam Bergerak, Jong Eropa, those movements, those are from diasporas, the students, their families, their workers that join the cause to feel, again, a sense of companionship to the people that are in Indonesia, which is, I think, very interesting. And this is what digital activism can influence and push forward, and everyone can participate, not just activism in real life, but also anyone, any of us here. And they can amplify message from abroad, and again, even the more sensitive messages and sensitive news, they can, again, um, amplify it without facing the repercussion from local government. But again, they also face the same issue of digital censorship, again, community guidelines in general. If some people deem it, again, not aligned with the community guidelines, and of course, targeted campaigns even from within the country itself, right? So those are kind of like what happens, right, in the digital space during demonstrations. Can I go to the next slide? Okay, this is just a breakdown. I'll quickly go through it. So of course from the platform side, there is all platform bans and takedowns. Most of the time, in some cases, in some countries as well, it's the country or the government itself that requests the platforms to, again, take the post down. I guess we have some discussion in the first group over there that said Meta was very quick in taking down posts. So, and they work closely with the government, of course, and so that's why. And for criminalization, as we've recently seen the news as well, there's some laws that can be misused, pasal karet kalau dalam bahasa Indonesia ya, that can be misinterpreted or interpreted in many different ways, so we don't really know, to persecute digital activists and activists in general. The next one is kind of probably the intimidating one, like the fake contact leaks that could happen to anyone, the doxing, I think everyone's mentioned it at least once. Okay, of course, this is the spread of your personal information to intimidate and silence you, okay? We have internet throttling or blackouts. Again, in Indonesia, it hasn't happened as often, thank God. But in some countries, unfortunately, they have experienced that. In Myanmar, for example, and also if it's outside of the ASEAN context, what happened to the people in Gaza as well, where they were cut off with their networks. So this is from the infrastructure that the government did. It's targeted and it disrupts the whole network. And lastly, of course, the famous disinformation. It's everywhere. It creates polarized opinions. It's the most basic, yet the most dangerous, I guess, yeah, during demonstrations or during how do you say it? Like important and critical times. Okay. So next slide. And of course, what can we do? And I think some of you guys mentioned this before as well. The first one is, I think this is the one that's most important, delayed or controlled posting.
So this is when you delay the post that you were about to post. Well, we want to share the information that you would like to share. Okay. And then, so for example, rather than live streaming, you record it. You blur the faces first. You maybe if there's any voices, you kind of like tweak it a little bit. Again, to protect identities, which is again what we discussed in the previous section, right? About that friend that did the selfie and everything. This will protect again, at least delay the identification process for these people. And of course, if you find any posts, if you don't, if you're just at home and you're just spreading awareness, save those posts as concrete evidence when it is needed, or when maybe like an organization or a law office opens up, submission for those evidence, then you can submit it as well. Um, you have emergency response and content management as well. You want to have protocol for takedowns if anything happens. If if you have a big following, right? You want to make sure that you have that two-factor verification authenticator thingy. But again, that sometimes can be broken through as well. So I think some of the girls that we discussed over here, we made like a separate account. So then you can post there rather than in your personal account where you post your personal life and daily stuff. And of course, if you are active, if you are passionate and you have been vocal, which is great, prepare or create contact with trusted legal partners. If that's always, it's like a safety net, right? Contingency plan if anything goes south. If you go down to the third box there, utilize the diasporas that's outside of the local network. Use them, contact them to amplify messages, not just for the Indonesians that are outside of Indonesia, but also for international organizations, NGOs, that can also help, again, elevate the cause and, gain traction in the international stage as well. And lastly, this is for your personal sense of security as well. Have your own list of trusted media outlets, like for urgent information and updates. I think most of us use X or Twitter here. Again, make sure those accounts are, again, not just personal or public figure big accounts, but real trusted group of people that do share those contents as well. Okay? Still wrapping, sorry. Okay, next slide. Okay, so to build the resilience, again, those are some of the actions to prevent and to kind of solve the issue, kind of. But again, to build resilience, you want to adopt a few strategies, of course. And of course, hybrid is always the best solution. Combining everything together would make it difficult for maybe for takedowns or for identifications and stuff like that. Again, a combination of online tools and also offline actions will elevate the cause as well. And again, in the last cases, in the past few cases, we have offline actions that's not just in Indonesia, but also outside of Indonesia. And surprisingly, a lot of people from the outside are also very interested in what's happening here. So I think that's another way, again, to put pressure on the people that's relevant, or the people who are putting pressure on at home, because we also add them from the outside. And again, the aim is to avoid over-reliance on one tools of digital platforms, and rather, because like again, online media or digital platforms, they they collaborate with the government, so they're more prone to state influences and blockouts. And the last one is set common grounds. If you are in a group, for your group, basa, sorry, or maybe yourself as well. Like for example, again, the ethics that we just discussed before, implement that, the password protection, the data sharing, data protection, no data share, but also your online behavior and the ethics. Okay. Jadi, yeah, next slide. Okay, skip, okay. So, because we're running out of time, I'm just gonna go straight to Kak Rian for the next section. Again, I had this activity where we kind of want to address the platforms itself, like make demands, because like I know we discussed about the ethics, but I think this is something that we could consider as well, like other than the governments, other than the digital activists organization, what can we say to the platforms themselves?
for in these type of cases. Okay, just like food for thought as you go home later. Like what will you say to Meta? What will you say to X? What will you say to TikTok? And yeah, I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much. Sorry for the rap. I hope you enjoyed my performance.
Hello, Ryan. Ryan, are you speaking? Because I cannot really hear you. I'm not sure with other
No
online
sound?
participants. Ah, okay.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I was inviting the participants because now it's getting crazier at the venue. So hopefully it's safer for everyone now. So let's get to it. Sarah, can you please go to the next slide? Awesome. So guys, colleagues, brothers and sisters, this is the last slides. No, there's no stand up, no need. So you can go to the next slide, sir. So I think I'd like to invite everyone to understand better first the threats, which is the online harassment. So if you can see right now, there are a few keywords. So if we're talking about online harassment, the keywords definitely using technology um, that initiate to repeatedly harm someone. It could include threats, discriminations, or sexual harassment in the form of online. So if we go to the next slide, so there are plenty types of online harassment. We can see on the screen right now, we have cyber stalking, we have doxing. I think someone from the participants mentioned about doxing. We have trolling, we have cyberbullying, hate speech, public shaming, and also intimidation or threats. So if we go to the next slide, I have few case study for you all to guess which one is doxing case. So first, on the D side, I have an Indonesian journalist was reporting on internet shutdown in Papua several years ago. During this process, his personal address was shared publicly on Twitter. That's the first case. The second case was a young Malaysian influencer and social activist become a target of hateful comments, personal insults, and also online threats. Between these two cases, which one is the doxing case in your opinion? This or that? This. Do we have any that answer? No? Awesome. Give a round of applause for yourself. Correct. That's the doxing because the keyword is personal address. Yes, that's reflects on the doxing definition, while this could be categorized as cyberbullying. Next slide, Sarah. Next slide. I have again two cases. Which one is a hate speech in your opinion? A Filipino students activist was publicly attacked or labeling online, definitely publicly by one of the government officials, institutions, that he or she being a communist. While on the that case, student in Vietnam was publicly criticized, quotes, online, digitally, after he posted on Facebook that he or she doesn't really believe in the government system anymore. So like the public of Vietnam, they really send a hatred to these 17 years old students. So in your opinion, what is the hate speech case between the two cases? Filipino activist or Vietnamese student? This or that? Which one is a hate speech case? If you think that this case is a hate speech, can you please raise your hand? This? That's a hate speech? All right. What about the death case? Can you please raise your hand if you think?
Hey there, welcome back to another episode where we break
Previous slide, please.
down complex legal topics into simple,
All right,
bite-sized
sorry
pieces.
for the hiccups. So let's go back to the case, the previous slide. The previous slide, please.
Sorry, in my presentation, this actually.
Hey there, welcome back to
No,
another
I don't
episode.
think so.
Is the Habibie Center team operating?
Yeah, I think we opened the offline presentation. There you go. So this, we have only one answer. So the rest, you choose that case as a hate speech. Is that what you answered? This is a hate speech? No? What about this? Hate speech? Or that's hate speech? Or what about this? Sorry? All right, awesome. There could be a good answer, but based on our research, this is belong to the hate speech, and this is public shaming. The keyword is publicly red tag. Red tag, one of the definition he or she or they categorized as a communist or terrorist. That's the definition of a red tag. While the reason why then we can categorize this as a hate speech, because this shouldn't criticize online. Criticize also includes like getting hated by the netizens or plurals or perhaps buzzers as well. So this is one of the cases that we can categorize into the types of online harassment. Next. Next would be digital surveillance. Can you please play the video, Sarah? There's no sound as of now. All right, I have a very quick video for you all to understand about digital surveillance.
Hey there, welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey there, welcome back to another episode where we break down complex legal topics into simple, bite-sized pieces. Today, we're diving into digital surveillance and how it can impact your privacy. Let's get into it. Digital surveillance is the practice of monitoring and tracking your online activities, anything from your browsing habits to the apps you use. It's mostly done by governments, companies, and sometimes even hackers. Here's how it works. Every time you go online, websites and apps collect data about you. This data can include your location, the sites you visit, the things you search for, and even the products you browse or purchase. All this information is tracked through cookies, location services, and your personal data. So why do they track us? Governments might use surveillance for national security or to prevent crime. Companies track us to target ads, improve services, or analyze consumer behavior. Unfortunately, the line between protecting us and invading our privacy is often blurred. The impact on your privacy? Well, it's significant. Every time your data is collected, it can be shared with third parties, sometimes without your knowledge. This raises concerns about misuse, identity theft, or even being unfairly profiled. In Singapore, digital privacy is protected under the Personal Data Protection Act, PDPA. This law regulates how companies can collect, use, and disclose your personal data. There's also the Computer Misuse Act to protect against unauthorized access, while surveillance for national security falls under other government frameworks. The PDPA empowers individuals to know how their data is being handled. So how can you protect yourself? Use a VPN to mask your location and encrypt your activity. Check the privacy settings on your apps and browsers. And always be cautious with the personal information you share, especially on social media. Understanding digital surveillance is the first step in protecting your privacy. Stay informed, stay secure, and take control of your digital footprint.
Awesome. Yes, that's about digital surveillance. So the keyword is surveillance meaning spying. So the authorities could be also the government, of course. They spy on us. So we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So if you're talking about surveillance or digital surveillance, so they want to get our secret, our valuable information from us. So that's the definition of digital surveillance. Does anyone notice the video? It was an AI. Oh yeah, you notice. Awesome. You're definitely youth digital activists. Next, we go into state repression in digital spaces. So this is the definition. The keyword is its actions and policies employed by the governments suppress opposition. Opposition, not only their political opposition, but can also us as the people, the citizens of the country. Because we're talking about digital, of course, meaning its use of technology, right? It could be social media, internet, and other technological aspects as well. Next, these are types of digital repression. One of the types, definitely internet filtering and internet filtering or internet shutdown. And yes, you can take a picture, and perhaps I think later we can share the slides as well if that's okay by the organizers. And next, I have a question for y'all. Next slide. I have a question for y'all. Do you know where was the world's longest government mandated internet shutdown? Any guess? It's in Southeast Asia country. Yeah, that's happened in our neighboring countries. Any guess? Southeast Asia countries? Of course, you cannot Google now. Any guess? Any pick from 10 and 11 ASEAN member states? Myanmar, correct. Yes, unfortunately, our Burmese brothers and sisters, they face the world's longest government-mandated internet shutdown since 2018 up until now. But it's not like constantly. Of course, there's time where they can access the internet, but there's plenty times as well. Next slide, you can see the facts as well. In total, there are 2,541 days they cannot get into the internet. Can you imagine ourselves as Gen Zs or perhaps millennials? I am millennials. We couldn't connect with the internet. So our brothers and sisters in Myanmar, they face it since 2018, even up until now. So it's very saddening, experience for them as well, especially for the youngsters, our fellow youth digital activists. And next, last point from my side, we're talking about digital resilience. So the keywords are our ability to adapt, to thrive, to cultivate from digital threats or attacks. I think we've already discussed, starting from our session, we've talked about doxing, we've talked about cyberbullying, we've talked about public shamings as well. So those are the threats that we tried our best to tackle too. So if we go to the next slide, the next slide would be our exercise for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Is that okay, Nia? Do we have more time to do 5 minutes? Okay, let's go quick. So what we can do as youth digital activists, we have a formula. It's ICAR, it's KR, IKR, sorry. I stands for identify. You need to identify the threats. We've already learned together what are the threats, especially in digital era. Next would be K, know your rights. It is important for us to understand that we have our own privacy. We know that we have a freedom of expressions as well. And the last would be report. Do not forget to report if you find any threats, any attacks, not only to yourself, but also to your peers as youth digital activists. So ICAR, IKR. I stands for identify the threats. K stands for know your rights. Definitely it's privacy or freedom of expressions. And the last R would be report. You can also amplify and definitely document, do not forget. It is very important for us as youth digital activists. So next slide
is a bit of exercise because we are within a big group now. So I think we don't need to separate into smaller groups anymore. So we can go to the next slide. We have a two prompt questions for y'all. What was your experience? And the second would be what are the lessons learned for you to prevent and mitigate? So think about any experience that you've experienced as a victims or witness or perhaps even preparators to online harassment. Yeah, because I know you're youth digital activists, but we are in a safe space, so y'all can share your experience. Perhaps in the past, you you have become one of the preparators as well to online harassment, surveillance, or state repression, perhaps. So we can give you 5 minutes to discuss. We've provided you with the sticky notes or with the markers as well, so you can start the discussion now. And also, I'd like to invite the online participants, of course, for you to discuss as well your experience related to those online threats and what are the lessons learned that you've gained throughout your experience. The public shaming, cyberbullying. Harus experiencing your. Hi Sarah, do we have any participants who would like to share? Online participants?
I'm not sure if you're talking, but I cannot hear you, Ryan.
Oh, you cannot hear me? I'm not audible?
Now I can hear you. Can you please
Okay.
repeat again?
So, are you aware that we are now on the group activity?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
okay.
why.
So,
Okay, okay.
do we have
So
any online
we will move
participants?
to the breakout room. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I think we can just directly invite the online participants if they have any experience
I
as
see.
victims, witness, or perhaps, unfortunately, preparators to online harassment, surveillance, or state depression. I'd like to give maximum 1 minute speaking time for online participants, or perhaps 60 seconds or 30 seconds, if you
Gotcha.
may. Any volunteers? Oh, so while we're waiting for the online participants, we can invite the offline participants first. Silakan.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you for the chance. I am Fitra from Hasanuddin University, Makassar. Yeah. And I am a researcher in media and communication thematic research group. So maybe my experience about, I think it was a long time ago, and I ever uh, be bullying on X because I share about my thoughts in about Ukyur. So I don't know where the people come from to had comment to my tweet, and after that I really sad about that, and I and finally I stopped to share like write the tweets because I think, oh, if I share about my opinion in public, I mean social media public like that, it will be many risks that I will get like that. So until now, I'm just make a safety comfort zone with myself. I mean, yeah, like that.
If you were to post about it now, how can you prevent it from happening again?
Maybe I often to post about sensitive issue, but maybe approach with data and my apa ya more strength, like my data is more strength kak kayak like that.
Research data and everything. Can we give a round of applause for Cafeteria all the way from Makassar? Thank you so much, Kaka. We greatly appreciate for you to share that sensitive experience of yours. But are you feeling safe and safer now, Cafeteria? Are you feeling safe and safer now? Feeling safe and okay? Or awesome. Thank you so much. That's a very great experience for us to learn as well. It is important for us to understand how to report if we get cyber bully, especially death threats, yeah, which is it's also categorized as criminalizations as well for the preparator. So it is important for us to use the report mechanism on each platforms, so then we can prevent those into getting the escalations of its cases as well. And of course, it is important for us to protect ourselves and our minds as well. And do not forget to protect our community because it is our responsibility to make sure that we provide a safer digital spaces for all. So I guess, do we have any online participants to share? If none, perhaps we can go to the next slide, Sarah, because we're running off our time. And as I've mentioned before, it is our shared responsibility to protect ourselves and support others. And do not forget to advocate for safer digital spaces, especially after you all joining full day seminar, right? And also workshop today. So you've gained a lot of insights from our amazing speakers and our amazing fellow facilitators. So hopefully you can equip yourself with necessary knowledge and skills after going back to home. Hopefully after rain, there's no rain anymore, yeah, hopefully. But it's banjir now, so hopefully everything's safe here. So we can go to the next slide. So I'd like to invite everyone to get your phone or perhaps your tab or perhaps computer or laptop so you can scan this. We greatly appreciate for you if you would like to share your thoughts, your feedbacks to our workshop session, which supposed to be ended in the next about 30 minutes. But because of the current condition, we need to be flexible and we need to accommodate as well for our own safety. So again, it is important for us to save not only online, but also offline. So we can give you 1 minute or maybe 2 minutes to complete the feedback form. It's quite very straightforward feedback form. So hopefully 2 minutes will be enough for you all to complete the feedback form, yeah?
All right, I think we already start receiving your feedback. We greatly appreciate for you to share your thoughts and definite feedbacks to our workshop session. That I think conclude our sharing sessions today, right, Sarah, Bira, and also Henry. Rian signing out, and also on behalf of Sarah, Bira, and also Henry, we would like to extend our appreciation to y'all for your active participation. Shout out to the Habibie Center team under Nial's leadership. Thank you so much, Nial. Mas Naufal and teams as well for your collaborations with ASEAN Youth Organization. Stay safe, especially when you're going back to your respective home and places with the current condition, weather in Jakarta. And thank you so much for our online participation. Wherever you are, whether you are in Indonesia or ASEAN member states or beyond, thank you so much. And hopefully we can see you again in the next the Habibie Center or ASEAN Youth Organizations events. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all.
All right, everyone. I would like to uh, highly appreciate Mbak Sarah, Mas Rian, Mbak Hana, Mbak Andri for their commitment, and to all of you guys today that stick with us throughout all the entire programs and our mini workshop today. I believe that we've learned a lot. We've learned so many insights from our speakers and then today's activities for our mini workshop. I think this is the very essence of building resilience, even though the Mother Nature decided to gives her blessing today. And yeah, we literally need to be resilient, and I do appreciate all of you guys today that have been joining us till the end of the event. So on the behalf of the Habibie Center, the entire team, and myself, Naufal, we thank you very much for joining us today. And then I hope we'll be seeing you in our other future programs. So thank you very much. Hati-hati teman-teman. Mbak Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please take care.